All right, hello everybody. Give me 1 second. All right, hello everybody, and welcome to North American Challengers Split 2, second week of Split 2. So the 7th week total of the season, and we're on day 2. We've got some exciting games today. The first series of which already started. I missed it. I apologize. Fortunately for me, it went pretty long, and I don't know if that's good for OR or good for the guard. You can go ahead and take a look at this, and Haven was the pick by OR, but you look at how close that was, and you go, all right, OR, they've really started to pick it up. It's picked up 2 new players, and now you know that OR is really looking into it. Now, again, I did not see that match, so there's not a whole lot of analysis or post game I can do, unfortunately, just simply because, again, I missed it. I don't think Disguised has said who they are playing with today or who their fill is going to be. Maybe we can see it on their team profile. It does not look like it. So I have no idea who's subbing in for Steel or if they're just going to let Steel play, which honestly I think is the smartest option. Because, although he may have some insight or the coach for Shopify may have some insider secrets, yeah. Again, I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen. Really quickly, what we can do is, let me pull this up. Give me 1 second. We will go ahead and have ChatGPT do their little AI prediction of what is going to happen. And again, the AI is pretty much just doing a coin toss, and it's random what it will decide to pick. But I still like doing it because it's just a fun little thing to do. So we'll go ahead and ask ChatGPT who will win between the guard and OR Esports. Now, my prediction is that, of course, the guard will take it, but with the way OR just played on Haven, I mean, maybe we could see an upset, but of course, the guard did still take that map, and that was OR's pick, so I do still expect the guard to take this, but, OR did beat G2. It's not completely out of the picture. And I will say, answer the question. I can just copy and paste. Control-C, Control-V, and send. Zcaster, it's always tough to predict the outcome of the match, but based on their recent performances, I'm going to have to give the edge to OR Esports. All right, you heard it here first. ChatGPT is predicting that OR Esports will win this matchup, and we've already seen the first map, so, I don't think it's going to go to OR, but hey, if ChatGPT thinks it's what's going to happen, maybe it's what's going to happen. ChatGPT's predictions have been wrong so far. It guessed Oxygen would beat Turtle Troop, which is what I guessed, and that did not come true. I think. Yeah, so it said it would think Oxygen Esports would win. Oxygen Esports did not win. It also said G2 Esports would win, so G2 didn't win. So far, ChatGPT is 0 for 2 in its predictions in Challengers. I will say in Game Changers, they got every single prediction correct. So, that's something to think about. But we're talking about the guard versus OR Esports. ChatGPT thinks it will go to OR. I believe that to be incredibly unlikely, despite how strong OR did play against G2 last week, and despite how well OR did just play against the guard. I think the guard is still a fortress that will be very difficult for OR to take down. I think OR is definitely making a lot of changes. They've shown themselves to be very, very different from how they were playing last split, but I don't know if it'll be enough to beat the guard here, especially when they're already down a map. But it looks like we're going to get into this next map, which is split, picked by the guard. So let's go ahead and take a look at this player select. Let's see, or the agent select, let's see what these players decide to do. Again, OR has made 2 player changes since that first split. Last week, they were able to beat G2 Esports, which is one of those wins that they need to get if they would like to qualify for playoffs. And if they can beat the guard, that's even better. Then I think they may even have a really good shot. But let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select. Jonah 6 and Jonah P, both Jonahs going for Sky. Tex and Zeldris both on Rays. Net going to be and then it's going to cast away. All right, here we go. Net is going to be on... Wait, let me see what the differences are. It seems like it's just the rays and sky being the similarity. We have a double sentinel setup for OR in the Cypher and Sage, with Omen as their controller, and then over on the guard they've got a double controller setup with Viper and Astra, and then they have Killjoy as their sentinel. So pretty different picks here. The comp we're seeing run by the guard is a comp we've seen them run before, and they did fairly well on it. So I'm not entirely gonna be surprised if they do take this. Again, we also just really don't have any data, very much data at all for OR. OR has decided to push out aggressively in mid, sending 3 mid while leaving 1 on either site. A site has been completely given up, but good for them because the guard is not going A. Early engagement as OR pushes out from mid into B lobby, they find a pick, but find themselves also getting picked on, which makes it a tied 4v4 now. But that does give vision to OR that it may be a B hit. Off of a lack of engagement afterwards, OR does decide to back out, and now they are turning their entire attention to B. This is a bad choice, as the guard is both on A and about to plant, entirely given up, or A site has been entirely given up to the control of Trent. Not entirely, there is some Cypher util, which will alert them if the guard starts pushing in, as they do now, but at this point, OR is so far pushed off of site, the rotate is going to come quite a bit late. Trent's pushed up pretty aggressively here, looking to prevent them from pushing in, able to find the pick on Jonah, able to get the pick on Jonah 6. Jonah P also going to take out Physic in the meanwhile, and Nilia is able to take out Trent, though, for OR, which will keep it a 2v3, so it's a little bit closer, but it is still the player advantage to the guard now. Niliaz takes quite a bit of damage from Net as they are trying to retake this site. Zeldris was able to take out Jonah P. Net and Niliaz in this 1v1 duel do end the exchange as Net takes out Niliaz. Now it's a 1v2 between Zeldris and the other 2 players whose names I forget. Net was one of them. Regardless, Net is able to kill... hold on, I'm just realizing that this overlay is the same overlay that they used during like the open qualifiers for when not all of the games were being streamed. Maybe there's something wrong with the overlay or something like that. It was bugging out a little bit yesterday. Maybe they weren't able to fix that. So we do have a little bit of a default overlay, which is typically used when there's no caster. But in this case, we do have a caster, so the overlay is going to look a little bit strange here. I'm not going to be able to see the names of all of the players all at once, which will definitely make it a little bit awkward here. But I'll try my best here. Early engagement in B main, as well as some early engagement, or sorry, not early engagement in B main. Early engagement mid between both sentinels. Or, sorry, not both sentinels, between the sentinel for the guard, the Killjoy, and Raze for OR Esports, Zeldris. Zeldris does get away without taking any damage, but as the guard does turn their attention towards taking mid control, Zeldris does take some damage. The guard pushing through mid here, and it looks like they are going to be approaching a B hit here. And they do have one lurking A, and last time A site control was entirely given up, and it looks like OR is afraid that they may fall victim to another A rush, so they send all of their players to A. This is an unfortunate call, once again, similarly to what we saw in the pistol round, where they unfortunately placed all of their players on B. This time they're placing all of their players on A, which is an unfortunate call, is what I would have said, but it actually looks like it might be a good call. Although B control has been given up, it looks like the guard may be turning their attention towards A. Net, ooh, just barely gonna miss the exchange there between the Sky and the Killjoy. And Trent trying to take A site control here, as the spike is actually going to go down on B. It's taken quite a while, but at this point, OR should realize the spike's going down on B, and they start rotating. Definitely not ready for Trent there, but Trent's not going to be able to find a pick. Does good damage to the Omen, though, for OR Esports. And now OR is going to start their rotate over to B. They're going to encounter quite a bit of pushback. Off of the pistol round, of course, the guard will have better guns here. Jonah 6 able to take out Zeldris, but it's immediately traded off with Pancake, so that definitely helps the guard, OR out just a little bit. The spike's been down for a little while, and OR does have to start this retake pretty shortly here.
So at least a little bit of a chance, but again,
And it looks like maybe they're getting ready for it. Physic trying to help take Heaven. Jonah P though gonna take out Physic in that exchange. Nilia's able to take out Jonah P, but the time has been ticking for quite some time. Or's retake comes way too late. They just die to the spike. It is a pistol round, so you do die to the spike to just get those ult points up because, well, you have classics. There's not really any point in saving those guns. Now we're moving into a buy round for OR Esports. They were able to get 2 kills on the guard, which means the guard won't be able to take a full bonus here. Or it might have only been 1 kill, but either way, it's not going to be a full bonus with a full light buy from the guard, is what I would have said if they didn't decide to spend a little bit of money. But they do decide to spend a little bit of money to get those specters into their hands. So it will be a light buy and bonus round here from the guard. OR Esports going to be on a full buy. So OR should be able to take this round. The guard looking to aggress A has given up mid control, but in exchange they're going to take A Heaven completely. They do spot 1 in the CT. They do spot 1 in the CT, but not going to really punish that at all. Although they've taken A having control, they are just going to decide to rotate it over towards B. In response, Physic gonna put that wall down, as it does seem the guard has read that it may be, OR has read that it may be a rotate through mid to B. The Seekers do come out in A, but then they start their push into B. The wall gets broken, and now Physic gonna move into position to try and watch this Heaven position. Destroys the boom bot. Doesn't matter. They're still going to be able to find another pick. Valen going to take out Physic in a trade, but Pancake's able to take out Jonah P. It's traded off by Net, and then Net takes out Zeldris, but Nilia is able to trade off Net, so it's going to be kept an even 2v2. Tech's able to take out Nilias, but low on health, and so is Valen. Jonah 6 coming in from Alley, looking to win this 1v2 clutch. It's definitely possible. Able to find the first pick onto Valen. The spike's been down for a little while. Gonna just get it to half. He's gonna have time to do so. Now, he just has to worry about beating this 1v1, and he's able to. Gonna be able to take out Tex. Now, it may look like a good win for OR because they, well, took a win, but it's not. They lost the majority of their players, and that was a full buy from them. So their econ's gonna take a massive hit, and they're not gonna be able to full buy this round. The guard who is taking a bonus is going to be able to take a full buy. Overall, that's actually a really good best case scenario for the guard, because when you're able to fight against that that light buy or that half buy from OR, what am I saying? When you are on a bonus round and you're able to fight against the full buy from your opponent in a way that you didn't get the win, but you got the majority of their players. 4 of the 5 kills is incredible, because now OR is going to be in a bad spot coming into this round, so the guards should be able to take this round. They'll have the gun advantage to do so. Unfortunately, I did not get the chance to see what guns they pick up. Again, the overlay seems to be a different overlay than is typically used, so I don't have access to all of the data I normally would have access to during the games, which is definitely unfortunate, but it is the way that it is. We'll just push through it. The wall gonna come up from Physic. We saw them do that last round, and it's a good and well-timed wall, as they are reading the push into B off of 2 coming in. And now Physic gonna have to lock down Heaven, but the grenade's gonna start forcing him out. He has to push out, and he has that judge to do so. And Pancake's pushing out a little too aggressively, going to get caught off guard by Jonah P, who's already taken the site. They should have known that that's what was happening. And now, suddenly, OR down to 2 players. It looked like they may have forced a buy this round, although some of them only have judges. But it looks like some of them did force a buy here. So, Zeldris goes to pick up a gun, and now he's going to go to save. The guard did hear that gun getting picked up, so they may try and challenge this save, as they do have a little bit of money to do so, although not really a whole lot. So it looks like they may just go for a save. Valen is in vents, but not going to encounter anybody from there. And they are definitely trying to chase these players down. I do think Nilias and Zeldris will be able to get away with their lives. Zeldris may have some engagement here with Valen. No, not quite. Zeldris, though, going to peek out. Able to take out Valen. So that's an easy kill there. Now Nilias on site, looking to lock it down. Not going to be able to. Tech's going to find that kill. And Net going to be able to win the exchange with Zeldris. OR got a little bit too overzealous there, pushed out a little too aggressively, and are not able to save. And that was a forced buy from OR Esports, hoping to secure that round, and they did not, which means now their econ, once again, not going to be very good. So they're going to have to save here, and the guard is going to be able to take a pretty early, not just lead in rounds, but also a good lead in econ. They're going to have some really, really good econ momentum here that they've been able to build up just in these past few rounds. And it'll take quite a lot from OR to try and knock down that econ momentum. Now the guard going to start pushing into A here. And it will be a light buy from, or a save, sorry, from OR, and a full buy from the guard. So this will definitely be difficult to play against. There's a cam in A heaven, and it's used to lock down and check out ramps. They do spot so many in ramps, so the guard realizes this and decides to slow down their push just a little bit, but they are able to take A heaven control. And only one player on A site for OR, as the rest of them were pushing in through mid. For some reason, OR does decide to take a long-range flank fight, which, of course, when you're with a Classic against a Vandal, you're not going to be able to win that. Tech's able to take out Zeldris as well, as they're in the process of trying to take this site. Nelia's able to take out Trent, but it will be... Ooh. Tech's able to catch Pancakes, trying to rotate through vents. Jonah P, meanwhile, able to finish off Nelia's, and Tech's going to take out Jonah at 6. 4 players have to lie for the guard, makes it a really unsuccessful save round from OR. OR taking a timeout here, and I agree with this decision because, well, OR has been making some really poor choices. They've been doing bad reads. We just saw on a save round they decided to take a long-range flank fight, which, of course, was never going to go their way. Probably should have just rotated towards site. Obviously, you got to play a little bit weirdly when you're on a save, but... and taking mid control was good there, but then overextending in through B, through B into C or into the offense spawn is just not a good choice there. Overall, OR just didn't play their buy round very well. They have not really been able to take good control of the sites. Split is a map that I believe may tend to favor the offense. Let me see if I can find it. Find the data here. Let's see. Should be able to pull it out here. I'll get it. I'll find it. I'll get it. Where is it? All right, here we go. All right, let me tell you what side Split favors. It tends to favor the defense, 53%. So OR is actually on the side that they should be able to win, and 53% is a massive margin in pro play. Like that means it really heavily favors the defense here. So OR should be expected to take a lead going into the next half, not just a lead, but a really substantial lead. And the fact that they are doing so poorly right now with how they're playing this does tell you that they may not be able to get that substantial lead you'd expect from the defense of Split. We'll see, though. Coming off of that timeout, they do decide to play pretty far back. Some Sky Util was used in A to make sure it wasn't an A hit, and it's confirmed it wasn't. Now that the wall has been broken, that's been guarding B Heaven from Male, OR does start to center their push or their defense more towards this B site, but the guard is still in a position to rotate off. Net able to take out Pancakes, and Zeldris going to be there to trade it off, but that does mean OR gets away with that kill. Zeldris with the Showstopper going to find a pick. Jonah P able to take out Jonah 6, and then Physic finishes off both Jonah P and Valen. So 3 players off live for OR, and that was a quick engagement and defense of the site. OR didn't even let the spike go down, and that was well played. And that was well played there. And it does allow OR to secure their first win on a bye from both sides. And it's a good one as well. It's a good one to start what needs to be a decent win streak here to hurt the economy of the guard. Although the guard not with the best economy, they haven't been managing their econ super well. So they can survive a loss here, but they're going to start to look weak after a loss here. And the OR has decided to read an A hit, and it's a good choice. They're able to find an early pick to stop the push in. It's traded off, but that does mean one of the players for the guard is down. So it's going to remain a 4v4, and the guard hasn't been able to get any push into sight yet. The Seeker's going to come out from OR, and that's going to tell them that, yeah, there's still a lot deep in A main, although they only hear one gunshot or one person shooting at those Seekers. Jonah 6 peeking out maybe a little bit, hoping maybe he can catch someone who's pushing up ramps. He's not going to, at least quite yet. Two of the guard have turned their attention towards taking mid control, possibly to push through vents, possibly to push through main, but OR has made the smart decision to give up mid control. They've been a little bit too focused on mid, but obviously mid isn't the sites, and OR realizes that after that timeout, so they are starting to push more into or push for a defense on those sites. Those two that were mid are now pushing through vents. The flash comes through, and it does allow Valen to find a pick onto Jonah 6. It's traded off by Pancakes, who is also able to get a collateral kill onto Net. He's also able to turn his attention towards main and take out Jonah P. Now, Tex, who is pushing through main with the rest of his team, needs to figure out how he wants to approach this. Has to go for the spike, able to take out Pancakes, but it's immediately traded off by Zeldris. And another round to OR Esports. That timeout was not only used effectively, but it was very, very useful for OR to start winning some rounds here. Now, the guard is going to be able to buy this round, but like I said, their econ is going to start to look shaky here, and we even see Trent going to go for a sheriff. That may change. He has money for a gun, but it looks like the guard wants to maintain all of their players with around the same amount of econ. But no. The guard does decide to allow all of their players to get a gun here, but off of the loss here, they will have to start being worried more so about their econ. I think they can buy next round as well off of the loss here, so that just goes to show how good their econ momentum is. That'd be the third round they lose in a row, and they would still be able to buy. So yeah. The guard has a really solid econ already built up, so OR needs a substantial win streak here to really knock it down. They can win this next one, but then they still need to win another after that to finally get the guard onto a save. So that would mean OR needs to take the lead to put the guard into a save, and we'll see if the guard's able to do that. OR, on their wins, haven't really been able to save up too much money, because the majority of their players did die on the previous win, and then the win before that, they did lose two of their players. The econ isn't super stable for OR, despite winning 2 in a row. And so the guard just needs to win one, and all of a sudden OR's tower will come crumbling down. Their econ tower will come crumbling down, and so OR, again, needs to make sure they're winning these rounds. The guard, in order to, they've realized, all right, mid control has sort of just been allowed through, so why don't we just take aggressive control of these sites? For some reason, OR is reading a B hit. I mean, the Cosmic Divide does go up on B, so it makes sense. But regardless, it is still an interesting read. Pancakes has decided to use its ultimate to get all the way into that offense A main, and it's well timed. He's able to find a pick with it. Valen also there, and Nilias is ready for it. Not going to win that exchange. Meanwhile, Trent's also able to take out Physics. So now it's a 2-player advantage for the guard. And although Valen is low on HP, it will not matter, as it's still a 2-player advantage. So even if Valen gets taken out, it's still going to be the player advantage for the guard. And the spike's been down for a while, so it's going to have to be saved from these players, but Zeldris not going to be able to do that, as Valen does take Zeldris out. Jonah 6 able to take out Tex and Net, and now he's in a 1v2. Will he be able to win the exchange with Trent? He is! He's able to kill all but one of the enemy players, so although the guard does take a win here, it's an expensive one, but I did say they could survive a loss. Their econ could survive a loss here, and they won it. So their econ was already in a position to be okay on a loss, but they win it. So although their econ still isn't going to look super strong, they will be able to buy this round and start to get some more of that econ momentum. They're going to start to get that ball rolling back in their favor. The guard is a secured 5 rounds, and like I said, this map is pretty heavily defense-sided. Even after a few of those map changes, it didn't really change that very much. Which does mean that OR is not going to be happy here if the guard gets to that 6th round. Because when it's this defense-sided, OR does need to take the advantage going into the next half to have the numbers on their side. Now, I'm not saying if they don't take the lead going into the next half that they're not in a good spot. And it's impossible for them to win, but it's very unlikely that they will. One thing that makes it unlikely that they'll win at least this round is that the guard has already found a pick, which means OR down a player. Trent's Molly, the snake bite, as Physic does get caught inside of the Viper's pit, does get taken out. The teleport comes through from Pancakes, and Trent's ready to read that as well. So that leaves the one on site in Nilias, who got taken out. So now it's just down to one in the form of Zeldris to try and clutch this up, but he's all the way over on B and may just want to save it, which does mean the guard is likely going to secure a win here. And that will be the 6th round for the guard, which makes it impossible for OR to take the lead going into the next half. And it puts the guard in a position to take the lead for themselves going into the next half. And this is not what OR wants. This is not what you want to see, or at least what OR would want to see. They had a decent Haven performance. It was pretty close there, but now we're on split, and it just looks like the guard knows what they're doing. Keep in mind, the guard was able to beat G2 on split in the mid-season face-off, which was famously G2's best map, and the guard was still able to take it there. And that just goes to show that, or I believe it was the one map that the guard won. I could be wrong about that. Let me pull it up.
Feels like such a tight map sometimes, but that's why Zeldris was going for that deep B main pick.
No, it did go to G2, but it was pretty close. Sorry, I did read that wrong. But it was a really close match there, and that just goes to show that the guard is, even against G2, who famously is very dominant on split, the guard was still able to put up a pretty close fight that went to overtime. So that just goes to show that the guard is a powerful team here on split. OR, faced with the fact that if they lose any more rounds, the guard will be able to take the lead going to the next half, have decided to force a buy here. Not all of them are going to have good guns. Zeldris, though, going to have an operator. He likely will get smoked off as the guard does try and take mid control here. And although OR, after OR's timeout, they did decide to lack or pull back on as much mid control or mid aggression, they are deciding to give good mid control here. And they do want to try and get that going. The smoke goes off in B Heaven, and that is so that way the guard can get a feel for anybody that's in there. Physic gonna be able to take out Jonah P before getting taken out himself, and for some reason, Zeldris assumes no one else is mid, peeks out, not scoped in, and so Trent's able to take out Zeldris. Meanwhile, though, Nilia is able to find a pick on the Valen, but that is traded off, which means the guard will maintain their player advantage. And now OR going to be looking pretty dire here. They have to clutch out a 2v3. Pancakes in Heaven going to be able to take out Net and Trent. Now she's down to Tex. He may be able to use his ult to get at least one pick. He's going to definitely be able to play time using this. And it does push OR back, which means they do have to start taking a rough push in here. Tex going to hold Heaven at a little bit of an awkward spot. Able to find one and another. A 1v2 clutch for Tex to finish it off in this round, which does allow the guard to take the lead going to the next half. And again, this is a defense-sided map, a pretty defense-sided map. I believe it's 54% in favor of the defense, which really just goes to, or 53%, which really just goes to show how defense-sided this map is. If you don't know, 53% is a lot. I believe it's the most one-sided of any of the current maps, maybe with the exclusion of Lotus. I don't have the data for Lotus other than what I've seen with my own eyes. But what I'm trying to say here is OR should be able to take the advantage or the lead going into the next half, seeing as they're on the defense right now. But the fact that they aren't able to does tell you that the guard has a pretty good shot here of taking a win against OR here. Especially if they can continue this lead going into the next half. Now, like I mentioned, OR did force the previous round, and I wish I could see what guns they currently have, but for some reason the overlay is, I don't know, not working, but it's not functioning right now, which does give a lack of information here. Looks like Trent was just, I don't know if he was trying to connect the dots on his monitor or get ready for a lineup. Whatever it is, the guard is going to start this A hit, and they do have two who are lurking B, and the Skybird does go out to confirm to OR that there are some B, and so they leave a Cypher there while the guard starts getting ready to aggress A, but it's only going to be Tex pushing while the rest of his team goes to rotate towards B.
Tex is doing so much here to try to
and there is going to be a Cypher left on B for OR to lock it down, but I don't know if it'll be enough. Pancakes knows that one did push through vents, And Tex hears that Pancakes is ready for it, so he tries to aggression vent, but he has his grenade out, and Pancakes is able to take him out. Net gets full blinded, but doesn't matter, because Trent, I think, I don't know, it was Net that was blinded, but Trent's going to be able to defend it with double headshots there. And Zeldris not going to be able to do any damage in this retake. Should have waited for the rest of his team. Just trying to prevent that plant, but not going to be able to. So the plant does go down for the guard, and now it's a 2v4 for the remaining players. The Cosmic Divide, which the guard did have put up, does go down. But that doesn't change how difficult this will be for OR. Pancake's able to take out Trent, which does make it a 2v3. Oh, and Physic with the heal out, trying to help Pancakes out, but not going to be able to. Does allow his teammate to get killed. Now going to have to clutch a 1v2. Rez his Pancakes, hoping for a bait here. The bait, not going to be good. Nobody pushes it, because they know that's what they're hoping for. And the spike does just need to get diffused here, and it's not going to be able to. Pancakes hoping he can still get away with a kill before he dies, but he's not able to. So Jonah P will stay alive. An expensive round, but it won't matter. They'll still be able to buy as we go into the last round of this half. And both OR Esports and the Guard are looking really, really strong here. And yeah, both OR Esports and the Guard are looking really, really strong here. So if they can muster anything to make this half salvageable. Wait, what am I saying? Sorry, sometimes I just like go into autopilot and say random stuff that just isn't true. OR is looking really weak here. 3 rounds to their name, and they need to get this gap closed up here. They need this last round. They just took a save round. We'll see if they're able to close it up. I doubt they'll be able to, but I imagine they'll try. Trying to take mid control. OR does push out, but this is exactly what we saw from them before their first time out. That did not work well for them. And, well, the Guard's ready for it. And they once again counterplay that aggressive take of mid. And they're able to find 2 picks, which means OR now going to have to play a 3v5. No good damage done to the Guard. In fact, barely any at all. Only doing damage to Tex, but it's minimal at best. Nilia is going to watch Ven's. Not going to be able to aim well, though. Loses the exchange with Jonah P, despite Jonah P being on the rope for the first part of that exchange. Now Pancake's going to go for the flank. Jonah P's ready for it, but still going to go to Pancakes. Does take a little bit of damage in the process, however. And the Guard decides not to take A. In fact, they only had 1 on A, and they're actually going to be doing a B push. And so this spike is going to go down. This 2v4 has to be played quickly and aggressively by OR if they would like to secure this win. They're able to take control outside of heaven in that little hell area. Now they just have to take out the 3 in main and the 1 who is backside. Able to take out Valen. The Nanostorm going to come out. This post-plant getting played. I said they have to play aggressively and quickly, and there's a reason. There's a lot of that good post-plant util that they need to bait out if they want to win this. And not really able to. The Viper's Snake Bite going to be the one to finish Pancakes off. And 3 players left alive for the Guards. Going to finish it off in this half for them. They've got the 9-3 advantage, and normally I'd say maybe the curse could work. And you know what? Sure. It still could, but I doubt it. This is a defense-sided map, and the Guard has a 6-round lead coming into this half. They should be able to just take a dominant performance here. Now, the reason this map is defense-sided is because, similar to how it's, or why it's defense-sided on Ascent, there's a lot of choke points here. You've got a choke point in mid. They can only push one way through mid. You've got a choke point coming in through A main. They can only push one way into A main. B main is a massive choke point. That's why you don't see a whole lot of pushes through B garage. But yeah, what I'm trying to say here is it's choke points. Choke points, choke points, choke points. And OR, instead of abusing those choke points like you would need to do on the defense of this map, they instead lock themselves into those choke points on their defense. Now they're on their offense, and I don't know if they'll be able to counterplay these choke points, and we'll see if the Guard is going to be able to take advantage of it. I imagine they'll be able to, as we already have an aggressive 2-man push out into A to lock down A main. OR is getting ready to push in. Tex able to take out Zeldris. Nilia is going to be able to take out Tex and Jonah P, though, which does give the 1-player advantage to OR. The Guard, Valen, though, going to lock down the site, able to find 2 picks. It's traded off, which means it'll be kept even, but the player advantage which OR had when they started pushing to the site is gone. Now it's a 2v2. Nilia is looking very shaky there, nearly messing up on Trent. Could have been an ace, but does mess it up, and that's going to cost him, as Net is also able to take out Jonah 6. And that means the guard has taken the pistol round, which would have been pivotal for OR to get. I honestly have no idea what I just witnessed from OR. It looked like one of their players was shaking his head while he was shooting. Not entirely sure why that was, but that does cost the round. And now the guard going to be able to take the pistol round, should be able to take this round as well, which will put them on that 11th round. And OR down 3, with only 3 rounds to their name, currently down 7 rounds. It's just not looking good. You see OR forcing here, and there's a reason, because they are they're backed into such a massive corner here. They have to make an insane comeback at this point, and I don't think they'll be able to. I think Haven was super close, and they put up a good fight, but you're against the guard, buddy. Sure, your Haven might be good. The guard's Haven is still really good, though, and that's why at the end of the day, the guard took the win. And now you're going into the pick from the guard, and I guess you can only practice one map, because OR's just not really been able to do well against the guard here.
Double heaven control. You still have a player in elevator right now.
And the heal does come through. Pancakes able to take out Zax. That's a good start in this round. Forcing here was a good choice in that case, able to win that exchange. It wasn't a gun battle necessarily. The guard was just caught off guard there. The guard was caught off guard. But what it does mean is OR now has a player advantage. Trent, though, going to take out Pancakes in heaven. And now it's going to be evened out. And OR definitely starting to look scared. Or should start to look scared here. Nilia is able to take out Valen. Net looking for an easy pick. Not going to be able to find it as Physic does win that exchange. Trent looking for an easy pick. Not going to be able to find it as Physic wins that exchange as well. Jonah and P able to find it. I believe 2 picks, which does help even it out a little bit, but it will still be a player advantage in the hands of OR. Going to be able to take out Jonah with 6, though, and now it's a 1v1. Their dog going to come through, and that's going to help clear space. Now knows where Niliaz is. I believe that's Niliaz. I could definitely be wrong. Zeldris, I think, for OR. And Jonah P able to take out Zeldris in this force buy for OR, although able to kill the majority of the guard's players. Because it's your force buy as well, it means whoever loses it is going to be on a bad econ for next round. And guess who loses it? OR. So their econ's going to be pretty bad next round. The guard doesn't even have to really force too much, and they'll be in a good spot. What this means is that the guard is now on an 11th round. Now, it's not series point quite yet, but they are pretty close here. Yeah, they're pretty close. They're 1 round away from tying it up. Or sorry, not from tying it up. My brain is not functioning. They're 1 round away from getting into that 12th round, and they are 2 rounds away from winning. So this backs OR into a pretty massive corner. So OR needs to take this time out. They pretty much need to force every single round here. There's no point in saving this round, because otherwise they, if they save and then they lose, they'll have to make a 9-round win streak to come back. And judging by how OR has played, I don't think that's possible. So OR does have to keep forcing here, despite how much it may put them in a bad spot off of a loss here. They're already in a bad spot. You just gotta force and hope you can win these. Even though you know the guard will probably have better guns than you, there's no point in saving here. The guard just has so many rounds up on OR, they don't have really room to save. So you do see them going for a force buy here. I believe, yeah, you do see them going for a force buy here, and again, there's a reason for that. They need to. There's no point in saving here when you're down this many rounds. We'll see if OR is going to be able to pull through here, if OR will be able to win these rounds. I'm not entirely sure they'll be able to. I don't have a whole lot of confidence in them. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I knew coming into this series it would probably go to the guard. And although, ChatGPT did predict it would go to OR, I believe ChatGPT may have just been tossing a coin, because this is definitely not going to go to OR from what I can see. I'm happy to have a comeback be made, but I doubt it's going to happen. Physic able to take out Valen in B Garage, but it's immediately punished by Tex to trade it off. Niliaz and Zeldris, though, going to take site control pretty aggressively, able to find 2 picks, and that does mean that the player advantage is in the hands of OR Esports. Spike's gonna go down, and now it's up to the remaining 2 players to retake, but we've seen Jonah P look so deadly on these retakes, even when they're down on numbers. I mean, we just saw him make a 1v2 clutch to get to this 11th round win for the guard. Zeldris able to take out Trent. Now it's a 1v3 that Jonah P has to clutch. Able to take out Jonah 6. Not going to clutch this one, but Inilia is going to take Jonah P out in this round. Goes to OR Esports. The force was worth it, and they're going to have to keep forcing. I think the only... I mean, I would only recommend a save if they're at, like, 8 rounds, you know, and, like, they have to save or something. But for right now, when they're at a 4-11, they just gotta keep forcing. There's really no point in saving, because again, you're just down so many rounds. So if your opponent gets to that 12th round, I don't know if you'll be able to make a consistent comeback. So you just gotta keep forcing. The guard here, their econ pretty bad. They forced that previous round, knowing they may have better guns than OR. Didn't work out for them, so they're going to be saving this round. OR, of course, going to be forcing a buy here, but it should work out for them. They're going to have better guns here. Now, the guard taking pretty aggressive mid control. This is what we saw OR do on their saves, and it didn't really work out for them. And the guard realizes, all right, we've made a little bit of contact, a little bit of noise. Let's just back up. And so they do. They're going to take B. They're going to take control of B site. Going to put 4 on B to defend it and leave 1 on A. So if Niliaz and Physic can take out Jonah P, they might be able to leave the site open, but they can't. Jonah P gonna deny any of that. Meanwhile, in in B, Tex able to find a pick on Jonah, which does result in a pick there. Jonah P looking maybe to do some more damage on A, not going to be able to. Gets taken out by Pancakes, so the spike is going to be able to go down, but that player advantage is still there for the guard. And now it's down to OR to play a 3v4 post-plant, and they don't really have any post-plant util to use, so it's just going to be about taking out the enemy players. Tex and Net each find a pick, respectively, and Physic able to take out Net. The ult going to come up from Physic, and he's able to find a pick off of that, but Zeldris not going to be able to clutch it up as he's backed into a corner here. Spike still isn't defused, but Trent's going to be able to pick up a gun, and that was a save round for the guard that they converted into a win. Sure, they lost most of their players, but it was definitely still, it's still a win. And it was a save round, so they were okay with losing, is what it means when they're on a save round. It means they're okay with losing. Pulls out the FF, and I mean, it's only 1 round for the guard, or may as well go for it. But there's 8 rounds that OR has to go through here. 8 whole rounds, that's correct. 8 rounds in a row. And these are not going to be easy rounds, to say the very least. They're going to have to force all of these rounds. Despite forcing on the previous round and losing, it puts their econ in a little bit of a bad spot, but it doesn't matter. They're still going to have to force. And you see them doing that here. They're not going to have all of their util. They're not going to have all their shield. They're not going to have all their guns. But it doesn't matter. You have to force when your opponent's on that 12th round, because otherwise you're going to waste your money. You're going to waste your ults if you take a loss. OR getting ready to push into mid here.
He's ready to use that lockdown for a post plan. And OR backs against the wall.
Guard knows it might be a mid push, and off of that, Trent does decide to pull out the Viper's Pit. It looks like OR might still be challenging this, hoping they can catch the guard off guard. Pancakes able to take out Tex, and so that means they do find an early pick there.
He's not going to get a heal either. He's just going to hold on to the Viper's Pit. Everyone from OR Esports shifting to A.
2 players ready, raring to go. Valen stacked behind Jonah P.
I've got your trail.
He's had an exception.
And now OR turning their attention towards A, and they're getting ready to push in. They're going to encounter 2 on site. The Omen ult going to help provide some of that vision as to where they might be. Ooh, the Raze ult going to be good to take out Valen. Meanwhile, Trent's taken out. I believe that might have been Heaven. Jonah P still on site, going to do some damage. Just quite a bit. Now it's down to Net in 1v2. Not going to win it. Pancakes takes him out. And,
I want to see what that 3rd kill is going to do to that economy.
1 second. And now it's up to OR to continue this comeback. They need 7 more rounds in a row. And, you know, they're starting it, but it would have to be an impressive comeback. And again, this is a defense-sided map, so the odds are most certainly not in their favor, to say the very least. And if I'm them, I am concerned.
Losing players every single round is going to continue to hurt, and eventually it's going to stack up against them.
Like you said, the guard knows that they just need 1 round, 1 single round, to make every single gun round as dangerous as they can. Over in mid. They're still looking to close it out early. This almost a cheeky play through the smoke, but the smoke dissipates late. Good sneak up from OR.
Just full mid control here. X is playing with a shotgun. This is slow, cautious from OR. They saw what happened in that last anti-eco round that they ended up losing. One that they should have locked in. It should be 6-11 right now, maybe even 7-11 right now. But it's slow pathing to get back into it. Tex is up top here with a judge. This could be deadly. He knows one player's pushed
All
up.
right,
He's
now
gotta force off the angle, so
this
he's
round
gotta
begins.
control.
It's
That's
been
what
going.
seems to be
Aura has
missing.
been able to take
Over
mid
on
control,
A site.
and it looks like the guard is on a save here, or at least a light buy. Will be difficult. Trent pushing out, able to find a pick. Nobody able to punish it. But Nilia is able to take out Jonah P. Physic also able to take out Tex, which means 2 picks there. Nilia is able to take out Valen as well. And OR just decides, all right, we've got a few picks on A. We know where some players might be. Let's go B. And Zeldris over on A, able to take out 1, and then Physic takes out Net, which does allow a round win here for OR. So that's 6 rounds in a row here.
And once again, it's another full right front OR have to deal with. No mistake.
And now OR is starting to move.
Guard prioritizing potentially util. We can't actually see exactly what they're buying. This goes here. Still very much scrappy. OR, usually we're seeing them go for that mid control split up.
I mean, they're building some momentum here, but you can see their econ still isn't great.
There's still a lockdown in effect here from the guard.
And
Used over towards B spawn or CT spawn. It's OR that again are going to try and work up towards mid. They have to know that this lockdown will come into play once they get onto B. And how are they going to account for that? Is there going to be pressure put towards spawn? We'll see as Trent lets players slip through. And now it's on to Jonah P, who's got to try and deal with them as they come through. The B split's in the works here from OR.
It's just monitoring. Jonah P is backed out. And you can see the backwards position for Net too.
all right.
It's all playing up. I'm just seeing how many
OR
picks
once
this
again
actually
trying to
will
take
be
mid
this
control, and
site.
they're able to, and they actually have male control as well.
Lockdown.
They don't know it, but they can actually take B heaven here. There is a turret, but you know, that's not going to kill them. And off of a little bit of action, the lockdown does decide to come out. OR once again deciding to take a little bit of a slower approach here. Does provide some leeway here. And OR starting to push in. The Heaven coming through. Zeldris able to take out Net. Valen takes out Zeldris. Pancake takes out Valen. It's traded off by Jonah P. So there's trades coming through, which makes it still a 3v3. The spike's going to go down with 18 seconds left. Cutting it close, but not super close. And now the retake is going to start from the guard. All 3 players going to be playing from main. And the Showstopper comes through. It's going to be able to find a pick. Jonah 6 able to take out Tex. And Nilia is able to take out Jonah P, though. Does mean it's a 1v2 for Trent, who's low on health. And Physic going to finish Trent off. And this comeback is alive. It's starting. It's moving through. And now OR, I mean, maybe this comeback can start. They've got some momentum built up. They're starting to get their econ built up. Sure, it's not super strong right now or yet, but it's moving there. They're still going to be they're going to be able to full buy this round. And that does put them in a little bit of a better spot here.
They still land on their feet. They still have a line back to potentially keep driving to overtime. 4 out of the 5 last rounds going their way.
The guard having 3 holding A main here. I believe this is a light buy. I didn't get to see the gun picks because, again, the overlay is entirely messed up here from Knight's Arena. Throw them under the bus. Zeldris takes out Tex. Now the Skydog coming through. They know there's 2 more there, and it looks like they're ready to aggress it. They know exactly where Trent is. Zeldris going to be the one to get that kill. The Astra Util comes through to try and prevent any further push from OR. And it's effective. OR does slow down. They're not going to be able to chase down Valen either. And Zeldris able to clear, or start to clear the site. Dashes in, still able to take out Net despite them shooting at him. Valen able to trade that off, but immediately gets traded off himself, which leaves Jonah P with a Sheriff alone in a 1v4. Able to find the pick on Pancakes, needs 3 more though. Able to find the pick on Physic.
Like you said, it's just footing.
Flash coming through. If anybody can do it, it is Jonah P. We've seen some insane 1v2s from him, but the gun difference can be ever so prevalent, and Nilia is able to take out Jonah P. And that save round from the guard, or light buy from the guard, does turn into a loss, but it is a save round light buy, so they're going to be able to buy here. The guard taking their first timeout here on split. And there's a reason they haven't used it yet. And it's because they haven't had to. They've been on a massive, they've had a massive lead here. Yeah, it just puts them in a really good spot here, is what I'm trying to say. Or a really bad spot here. Or what? I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but I'm saying that I know what I'm trying to say, but I don't know. Anyways, the guard has been able to take an impressive lead here, but OR Esports, they were down 4-11, I believe, and then it went 4-12, and now OR has won 4 in a row to make it 8-12, so they're getting closer. And so, yeah, OR needs to continue to win these rounds. The guard taking a timeout here because, yeah, their play's been looking a little sloppy. You can tell they got a little bit overheated, knowing they've had such an impressive round lead here this entire game. So all of a sudden, when they're blundering it and allowing OR to gain some traction, this timeout will be a good mental reset for them to say, all right, let's shut it down, make it a quick, easy 2-0. I want to go eat dinner. Let's finish it up. Let's get through this. And, well, we'll see if that's going to be effective. You do see them repositioning here, and they're doing sort of what OR did off of their timeout, which is they're allowing mid to be taken, and instead deciding, all right, we'll let mid be taken, but we will defend those entrances onto those into those heaven positions by defending it. It looks like OR is ready for that, though, because they actually don't decide to push mid here at all. Now, they're pushing B, so you do sort of have to send, some heaven, otherwise you just get locked in some choke points. So I imagine we'll still see some pushing heaven, but we may not. Now, there's 3 on A for the guard, which does mean the majority are on A, but the Astra util is on B, and I imagine that'll start to come out here as some noise is made on OR. The operator on Zeldris does, it doesn't do any damage, but it does make noise, and so the guard now knows it may be a B push, but it's also an operator, so it could just be holding, hoping for an easy pick. So they're not going to entirely rotate over to B, but they do send 1 over. And again, that Killjoy util has been used up on B, but it was there. And that Astra util is there. You see the Prowlers really bugging out there. The wall is destroyed to allow those Prowlers through. OR's Showstopper is back up. We'll see if it does come through. Tech's able to take up Pancakes. Is going to slow down that push from OR. It also means that the spike is down. Now they know it's not a fake or anything. Physic and Jonah 6 each able to find a pick respectively, though. And did Jonah P... I think Jonah P just flashed himself trying to find an easy pick. Not going to be able to find it, though. Net takes out Pancakes, but it's going to immediately be turned off by Zeldris. Nilias takes out Valen, and it's a near flawless round from OR, only losing 1 of their players, and that's off of a timeout from the guard. So, I don't know what they do at this point. That was a buy from the guard as well. That was not a save from them. They're going to be able to buy this round, but they will have to force their econ, meaning next round they won't be able to buy off of a loss, and they're not going to have full shield. OR doesn't have, any of the reses or the showstopper like they did on the previous round. They do have an Omen ult, which I imagine they'll use to try and gain some vision here, or maybe try and go for an easy flank, and we'll see if that is what ends up happening here. But it looks like OR are going to be trying this A main push, and, the guard did take a timeout. They weren't able to defend B. We'll see if they change up their strategy, and or if a change up in their strategy since that timeout will be useful in taking A. I'm not entirely sure it will be, but it could be.
Not even a cam. What am I saying? The guard, though. They usually break that camera.
Now OR Esports, again, getting ready to try and start this push. Some util is used, some sound is heard, and then that trap, forget what it's called. The Cypher smoke comes out, and now they know there's some pushing in. The Skydog comes out as well, so they know there's at least 2 on A. And there's 3 on A for the guard to try and lock this down, because they have that Killjoy util over on B. Now, OR isn't really able to find any vision. They don't encounter any pushback, so they're like, alright, something's not right here. So they're rotating over towards B. Mid control still not taken by OR, but it is given up by the guard. So that does mean OR could try and push through mid if they would like. Pancakes ults onto B site to get some vision, and he's pretty much denied it. I don't know if he saw anybody, but he can be pretty sure there's one back site, and they do send a grenade back there to try and do some damage, and it does. It takes away half of Net's health. Net's turret, though, gonna be the one to finish off Jonah 6. Physic, Zeldris, and Pancakes each find a pick, though. Valen gonna catch Pancakes using that util, which will even it out in a 2v2. And we do just see how low Physic is. Doesn't have that heal up quite yet. They're just going to hold this. They're going to fight this. There is an operator, and it's going to be used here. And Physic able to take out Tex as well, despite being down to 8 HP. It doesn't matter. OR Esports going to win that round, although it did look like it might not go their way. It did, and the guard not going to be able to full buy this round, so they may have to go for a save, because not all of their players can buy it. They could definitely try and force a buy here, but again, it may not go their way.
And now they can shut the door in the guard space, bring us into overtime with a big win here. All it takes is don't get ecoed. It's easier said than done. But OR have found the strength to get back.
And yeah, it will be a save here from the guard, which means OR, this comeback is really alive. I said there was no hope. I still don't think there's hope, okay? Here's the thing. We've seen some of these teams start a comeback, and then they get overheated and just get shut down. And especially when all the guard needs is one round, I don't know if it'll go to OR. That being said, Net's able to take out Physic, and Niliaz is able to get a pick there. It should be said, OR, before this comeback, took a timeout to try and get this comeback started. And typically, we don't see that. Typically, we see teams holding on to that timeout just in case the comeback starts. So that way, if it starts to look shaky, they can use it. But seeing that, you know, the guard got to that 12th round, OR did take that timeout, and it has been useful. They've been able to counterplay the guard here. Niliaz able to get a pick on Tex and find another one on Valen. You can see him shaking. His high sense is definitely wearing out on him. Jonah P able to trade it off, though. So, although 3 kills were given early on, he does get traded off, but the guard is going to be down a player. Able to pick up some guns, though, so the guard may have a chance of clutching this out. Trent does get taken out, though, as Pancakes is holding a bit of an off angle, and now it's a 1v3. And Zeldris able to take out Jonah P. No hope for Jonah P to clutch that one out, peeking all 3 at the same time. So OR does hit that 11th round. That being said, that was a save round from the guard. So they're going into a bye here, and this is it. This is the last round of the half. It could be the make or break for OR's comeback. Could this be the start? Now, I said this was a defense-sided map, but it seems both of these teams would like to prove it's not. Maybe they want to say, meh, maybe, and then move forward here. But it does look like the guard has been able to take a really substantial lead here. That they've blundered. And so OR is in a position to tie it up. They just need this round. You know there's got to be so many nerves going into this round as well. The Viper's Pit is utilized by Trent to block off an A push, and off of that ult, they do decide to send one additional player over to B to help lock it down. Now, once again, OR is actually not going to be pushing through Heaven, and this time around, it's actually a good choice. The Killjoy util is entirely pushed up into Heaven, which would make it difficult for OR to push through mid into Heaven. There's a lockdown on net, and I imagine as soon as they start to hear some more noise, it's going to be utilized. OR knows this, though, and so they're definitely going to push a little bit slower here, ready for the lockdown to come out, possibly even hoping it'll come out so they can start rotating. The Sage Wall comes up, and they start this entry, and now that lockdown comes out, and it looks like they're not going to respect it. They're going to still get that spike down. The guard not going to be able to stop it. They may be able to punish the spike, and they do. So Physic does get the spike planted, but it's punished, and Net's going to be the one to get the kill on Physic. So now it's going to be 4v5 post-plant that OR has to play. The lockdown finishes. It was used pretty early on, so it's not going to allow the guard to, you know, half the spike or anything like that. And Pancakes has been able to be pushed into backside, and the guard is almost certainly ready for this, and so they send quite a few mollies in there. Pancakes trying to get away, not going to be able to. Tex takes out Zeldris as well. Valen takes out Jonah, and now it's a 1v5, and Nilias not going to be able to clutch it up. And the guard just barely another 13-11, but it does go to the guard, and they've taken a 2-0 win. No matter how long that OR was able to push back the win, it was still a win. The guard takes it. And what I will say is, I don't know if this is more embarrassing for the guard or OR. Because here's the thing. OR, bottom of the list right now. With only 1 circuit point, they are literally in last place. They didn't make it to mid-season face-off. They finished in last place in Split 1. They got 2 new players. They made some changes, come into Split 2, and they beat G2 last week to start off their Split 2 run. And now they've just beaten, or not beaten, but they've gotten close to beating the guard. The guard's got to feel bad about that. The fact that they let OR make a 4 to it was 4-12, and then it went to 11-12. That's an insane comeback, or 11-13. That is an insane comeback that OR started to make. The guard's got to feel bad about letting that happen, So that's two 13-11s from the guard. I don't know if that shows that the guard is looking weak coming into split 2, or if it shows that OR is looking incredibly strong, or it could be both. You know, ChatGPT did guess that that OR would win this this matchup here, and it was wrong. The AI was wrong, but at the same time, it's also, you know, it's not going to analyze every single match that's been played. But we can analyze the way that that did end up going, and then we'll start talking about the disguise Shopify matchup, which is interesting because I still don't think we know who's playing for disguise. Yeah, it does not look like they do have. Yeah, it doesn't look like that we know yet who's going to be playing for disguise in this next matchup. But yeah, we can go ahead and take a look at this. So the guard has took a 2-0 over OR Esports, and it's easy to look at that and go, all right, it's a 2-0, quick and easy. But it definitely was not quick. The first match on Haven went an hour and 6 minutes. Split went nearly an hour as well. Those are two very, very long games, and although they didn't go to overtime, 13-11 is still pretty close, especially, again, OR is currently the bottom of the barrel in North American Challengers. So the fact that they're able to, again, take a win last week against G2, and then come here and nearly beat the guard, nearly take it to overtime, that's pretty impressive. I'll hand it to them. I think OR may have a good shot of qualifying for playoffs if they continue to play this well in Split 2. That being said, if you're wondering what the qualifications or what what OR has to do to qualify, there you go. Because they're solo on points, what they need to do is beat both Mad Lions and FaZe Clan. And assuming they do that, they did need to beat either the Guard, Moist Moguls, or G2. And they beat G2. So assuming they can beat Mad Lions and FaZe Clan, OR may be able to qualify for playoffs. If they want an even better chance, they can beat Moist Moguls in addition to FaZe Clan and Mad Lions, and then they'll have a pretty good shot here. I don't know if they'll be able to beat Moist Moguls. Moist Moguls looked yesterday extremely impressive. But what this means after this matchup is that although the guard did have a better map ratio, so they will be above Moist Moguls, they do currently have a worse round differential, meaning Moist Moguls has won more rounds than they have lost compared to the guard. So it's a plus 20 for the guard, plus 32 for Moist Moguls. So yeah, the guard has taken the top spot in Group B. No surprise there. But if you're a fan of Moist Moguls, you should still be happy because your team has a higher round differential than the guard. And next week, Moist Moguls and the guard will play each other, and that will determine who is the top dog in Group B, at least up until this point. That being said, we will move on and start talking about this next matchup. But before we move on, we'll go ahead and take a look at the Valorant Esports Twitter, see if they put any clips up for this matchup. Let's see here. It doesn't look... yes, we do have some. We'll go ahead and take a look at the Haven, because I did miss that match.
Clicking through spaces, having no idea where any of these traps are. Nilly does come through. Nilly? Okay. 34 HP
remains. Dex does shut it down with the operator. I was half right. Still very, very impressive. Again, I did miss Haven, so I don't know entirely what happened. But yeah, let's go and take a look at the spike as well.
Physic avoids it!
Is that a collateral headshot?
Physic. Yes, they get the spike.
Physic.
Yes, it is.
Physic avoids it!
They line it up. What can you say?
Instead, my bad, he still finds it nonetheless. What? Where's the jumper? There's that. He's got to do it on that!
That could have been a... Dude, look at this last kill.
He does! No, it's a frenzy. Instead,
oh, wait, they didn't show it. But Niliaz was shaking, bro. I don't know if he plays high sense or if he's just...
God.
Sharp as ever!
This clutch was crazy.
Here we go. Peeking the angle.
Oh my god!
Sharp as ever!
Yeah, it was well played from the guard. That's what I have to say. There were a lot of clutch situations which the guard did pull through on, which is, you know, that's always good to see if you're the guard. But it doesn't change the fact that they were still really close games against OR. So honestly, if I'm Moist Moguls, I'm thinking, all right, maybe we have a chance next week. But let's move on to talk about the next matchup. And the first thing we're going to do is ask ChatGPT who they think is going to win between Disguise and who are they playing? And Shopify Rebellion. So who will win between Shopify Rebellion and Disguised. I'm going to change my title really quickly before I put the question in. Disguised versus Shopify Rebellion. Alright. Now, I should mention, this is not accurate, okay? ChatGPT pretty much just flips a coin. I mean, they just predicted... In fact, they have gotten every single prediction wrong. I want to point that out to you. They said every single prediction I've had them make this week, they've gotten wrong. They said Oxygen would beat Turtle Troops. Wrong. They said Moist Moguls would beat G2. Or sorry, they said G2 would beat Moist Moguls. Wrong. And they just said OR would beat the Guard. Wrong. So, you know, they may or may not have gotten this one right. You'll also see in my pick'ems, I think Disguised is going to win this. I'm going to change that prediction now, though. Because it seems like Disguised is taking Steel out. Because the in-game leader for Shopify, who is... let me pull this next game up. The in-game leader for Shopify, who is... Let me pull it up. Who is Vanity, was trained by Steel. So he's got that insider knowledge, you know? And so they've decided to sub Steel out because Disguise doesn't want Steel to just... Or, sorry, they do not want Vanity to just tell Shopify, hey, this is how Disguise is going to play. So they've decided to sub Steel out. I think that's a bad choice. If your in-game leader can't adapt to playing against a team like that, it doesn't bode well for you. I'll be honest. It definitely does not. It doesn't bode well for how you're going to be able to play, in my opinion. Like, I just don't think that reflects well on your confidence in the team. And I think Steel should stay in because obviously they don't have a good replacement yet, or at least they haven't been able to announce a good replacement. Disguise said yesterday that they still don't know who's replacing Steel, so I don't even know if they knew today up until right now who's replacing Steel. They may still be figuring it out. So yeah, I don't know if it'll go that way or this way, but I made my pick'ems before this week started, obviously. Anyways, let's go ahead and ask ChatGPT who they think is going to win. So who will win between Shopify Rebellion? Answer. In order to sort of jailbreak and get an answer, because it naturally won't make predictions, I have to basically tell it to roleplay as a caster with a prediction that chooses one of the teams. So, see what it picks. As a caster, it's always difficult to predict the outcome of a match, but based on their recent performances, I'm going to have to give the edge to Shopify Rebellion. Alright. So we've got Shopify Rebellion. They said they're on a hot streak, which isn't true. But they do have the prediction of Shopify Rebellion. So ChatGPT, who has gotten every single prediction wrong, predicts Shopify Rebellion. We'll see if this will be ChatGPT's first prediction that they've gotten right in North American Challenges. Currently, they're 0 for 3. Maybe they get their first their first one here. But yeah, I do expect this round. I've changed this is my pick'ems, which I made on like Monday. So I made them before I knew, you know, that Disguise was gonna sub out their player. I think it'll go to Shopify. That's my personal prediction. But of course, my pick'ems are that it's Disguise, and it could definitely still go there. But again, nobody really knows who is subbing in for Steel here, and I think no matter who subs in for Steel, I think they're definitely going to be having a different in-game leader currently than whoever is subbing in. So I don't know if that's going to be Ye being one of the more experienced players on the team, one of the better players on the team, or you know how that's going to end up. I've been looking at the Disguise Twitter to see if they've announced it, and they have not. So you know we're just gonna have to wait and see. And it'll definitely be interesting to see for sure. It's a bit of a toss-up there. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of talking I can do because I don't know how Disguise is going to play. I will say their play last week against Oxygen was really, really disappointing. It's very clear they still have not figured out how they want to fit this team together. Their role issues are ever so prevalent still, even with Ye. We even saw Ye not able to play very well against Oxygen last week. Ye said in a live stream that he wants to perform, that last week was not him, like that was not how he would like to perform, and he wants to show up here. But it's really just starting to look shaky for Disguised, and they looked pretty decent in Split 1. Maybe it wasn't great, but as soon as Exalt left, all of a sudden it's been downhill for Disguise. They just have not been able to find their footing. Maybe this week will be the start of them finding their footing. I'm not sure. Honestly, at this point, I don't know if Disguise will be able to qualify for playoffs. And Disguise Toast did talk about blowing up and restructuring their team comp completely. So, you know, we could still see that coming from Disguise, but as far as like actual substantial or physical evidence of what they're doing, nothing to really talk about. So what we can do to sort of pass the time is we can talk about, give me one second. Oops. We can talk about, or we can do Ranked Duel. We can do Ranked Duel to sort of pass the time. Let's see here, just making sure everything's good. All right, yeah. So let's do some Ranked Duel to pass the time. Let's come in here. And yeah, let's do Ranked Duel just to get through this intermission. Valorant Ranked Duel.
You will not kill my allies.
Okay.
Feeling safe.
They're both in city. I mean spawn, almost.
He's running and gunning.
One enemy remaining.
Resource.
Nice.
You will not kill my allies.
He's not. Let me see this.
You will not kill my allies.
Okay, he's not counter-strafing at all. And he's moving when he's shooting as well. And the fact that the enemy isn't able to stop him makes me think it's like gold or silver. So I will go with gold. Silver. Alright. Yep.
Page hold, man.
Ooh.
Dead dinked. Cut dinked.
I kicked them out.
Nice.
Scanning ahead.
Server's on A, so is Bram.
We should go away.
You dead.
Reloading.
Nice.
My ult ready.
Ah, he's just, I don't know, tree.
It's
A good ult.
Tree and mid.
Heaven.
I don't know.
Got the lineups. Unfortunately, he plays.
One enemy remaining.
Trinity. You're welcome.
Thrifty.
She's good.
Dead dinked.
Get through there.
We should go away.
You dead.
Reloading.
Counter-strafing a little bit.
My ult ready.
Ah, he's just, I don't know, tree.
it's
Tree and mid.
Heaven.
I don't know.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's not like radiant level counter-strafing or anything. So that wide peak has stopped it. I'll say it's ascendant just because the comms aren't really there at all. So yeah, alright. Because like the mechanics were there, but the comms weren't there, and that's very characteristic of like lower level is, or like below immortal is like no comms. Characteristic. Not that people in immortal have to comm, but chances are they will.
Who trained you?
See that again. Good crosshair.
Who trained you?
A little bit of running and gunning. And that player, what was this guy doing? Hold on. The util out. It's not necessarily characteristic of anything. You hit their head as well, so it's good aim. Just pick up a Vandal. There's no skin on it, so
Launching smoke.
that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but also no gun, buddy. Good wall.
Down and
There's
out.
no counter strafing, so it's like below diamond. Zero tension at all. And crouch there as well, which is very reflexive of gold or below.
One enemy remaining.
The aim is flat, so I'll That's silver? The aim was too good. What the heck? I mean, good aim for silver. Jesus. All right, now we're just waiting. Yesterday the intermission was super long, and I'm afraid we might have a similar story here. So, I'm just gonna throw it to a break. So, yeah, I don't know when we'll be back, but yeah, I will be back when the next series begins, because I think this guy still has to figure out who's gonna be subbing in for them. We'll see how it goes. All right, this just in. We've got some news on Disguised. Literally 7 minutes ago, this came in. He's back. So it does seem that Exalt will be subbing in for Steel here. Now I don't know if this will be a permanent sub in, or like they're gonna trade some players out, or I don't know exactly what's gonna happen. But what it does mean is Exalt, at least for this game where apparently Steel's not going to be playing, Exalt will be in this, whether he's doing the IGL or somebody else's, but just something to think about as we go into this matchup against Disguise. But I will still be going to this intermission.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items are restored by the manufacturer to like new for up to 50% off. This drill was barely out of the box. Soon it will be back to working like new. Here's how it works. Every item is carefully inspected. Any imperfections are fixed by the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's tested to make sure it's working perfectly. Once it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp of approval. Then repackaged with new accessories and shipped to its ultimate destination. With Certified Refurbished, you can shop with confidence because all our manufacturers go through a rigorous vetting process. And every purchase comes with an award-winning 2-year warranty, a money-back guarantee, and hassle-free returns. That's what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium brands. eBay Refurbished. Like new products, better than new prices.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. First series of the day, going to be a 2-0 in the Guards' favor, but still one more on the horizon. Maybe this will be the 3-map series. It's going to be Disguised going up against Shopify Rebellion. This one will be pretty interesting because both of these teams have been tweaking rosters, making a little bit of changes, and now week 2 of split number 2. Time to see what's going to be able to come to fruition.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's look at it this way. I think Disguise tweeted it. It's the battle. It's the battle of the mids, basically. These two teams are on 0-5 loss streaks right now, and one of them's got to break the mold. Someone's got to freaking win here today, and someone's gonna break their loss streak. And I don't know who it could be because these are two teams that, for me personally,
the fact that they've subbed in Exalt makes me a little bit more optimistic that it could still go to Disguise. But I also do definitely still think there's a really good shot that Shopify wins this, considering, again, this guy's just made a roster change today. Like they just announced it. They seem to not know that they were going to be, or who was going to be subbing in for Steel until today. Now they're bringing in Exalt again. I don't know if this is a permanent change, or if this is just while Steel is gone, or if Exalt will be coming in and replacing someone else. I don't know what is going to be happening here. It should be said, currently Clear has been filling in the role that Exalt left for Disguise. Last week, they still weren't able to really find their footing. So yeah, Steel's not going to be playing today, according to Disguise. Exalt's coming in. I don't know who the IGL will be today. Typically, Steel is the in-game leader. I don't know if that's going to be true here. I don't know. There's so much unknown right now. They had teased maybe bringing Exalt back. They've also teased maybe Shroud coming in. I don't, like, just, you know, playing it up a little bit. Because it's been sort of a mystery this past week who is coming in. Again, they did tease maybe Exalt's coming back to fill in here. So, yeah, you do see it's going to be Gangsta, Exalt, Clear, Yay, and Nerve. Now, the question is, and this is the biggest question or it should be on everyone's mind, who's going to be the in-game leader? And will that in-game leader be able to fill the shoes that Steel left? I don't know. Again, this guy's played against Oxygen, and Oxygen did a magnificent job of not just denying Ye, but also taking advantage of the fact that Ye was not playing anywhere near his peak performance here, right? So Exalt coming in here, do I think it's going to be the end-all be-all, or you know, do I think it's going to allow them to beat Shopify? I don't know. I feel like this is going to be one of the more evenly matched teams or series that we see here in Group A, just simply because Disguised is not playing on par with how they were playing. I think previously they were on par with teams like TSM. They were, you know, when Exalt was on their roster before all these changes happened, I do think Exalt was, sorry, not Exalt, but Disguised was playing on par with TSM. They were in a position to try and vie for that top 5 spot. And all of a sudden, Exalt left, they had to sub in Riku, didn't work out, they had to go into mid-season having Riku on their team, trying to figure out those role issues, it just didn't really work out, they got 2-0'd in both of their series in the mid-season, got knocked out really, really quickly. Now they're coming in here, they've got Ye, they've got they've got Nerve coming in as well. Last week it didn't go anywhere near how they would have liked it to go, so they say, all right, Steel, we're going up against Shopify. You trained the in-game leader in, I believe, Vanity. was the name. Yeah, so Steel did train Vanity, so Vanity knows a lot of the tips and tricks that Steel might be pulling out. So Disguised has said, all right, Steel's gone, and they needed someone to fill in. Now, I don't know if Exalt is coming in to be the in-game leader, or if somebody else will be the in-game leader, like I already said. It might be Ye, who is just a more seasoned and experienced player, but also Ye's probably going to be on that duelist role, and it's hard to be the in-game leader when you're on duelist because you have to be sort of more aggressive and focusing on playing more aggressive. That being said, if you die early as the duelist, then being the in-game leader there, you can sort of sit back and command your team a little bit better. What I'm trying to say is there's a lot of confusion as to where exactly Disguised is going to be heading, at least in this match, and even still beyond this series. I have no idea if Disguised is going to bring Exalt in as a more permanent role, and if so, who would Exalt play or replace? There's a lot of questions here as to what exactly is going to be happening. And the reason they couldn't just bring in their sub of Riku to replace Steel is because Riku plays Sentinel, and they already have Nerve to play the Sentinel role, right? So they can't just bring Riku in to try and fill the in-game leader role. They gotta bring somebody else in. Steel typically plays controller, or we've also seen him play initiator, but typically Steel will be on that controller role. Now again, I don't know if Exalt's going to be the in-game leader. I don't necessarily know exactly how Exalt is going to slot in here, but I'm curious to see how it goes. Again, we asked ChatGPT who would win this matchup, and they said Shopify was win, and this is one of the only decisions that I think might actually go the way of ChatGPT. Their predictions have been wrong this entire time. They're 0 for 4 right now, 0 for 3 right now. But what I'm trying to say is this could go the way that I might expect it to go of Shopify winning, which is also what ChatGPT thinks. But it could also very easily go to Disguised, although they're not as experienced or as practiced with this roster. It definitely could go their way. I do want to hear what these casters have to say, though, because there's a lot to talk about here. As far as will Shopify be able to play well here? I mean, you can see here, they played against TSM. They didn't do great. They were able to take a map up, but beyond that on Fracture, they weren't able to put up a very good performance, and they also weren't able to put up a very good performance on Pearl. Pearl and Ascent are maps Disguise is decent at most of the time, so Disguise can pull out one of those maps and be decent at it, although their performance on Pearl last week was definitely leaving a lot to be desired. You know, if Disguise can put up the typical performance we see from them, we may be able to see a good Disguised performance here. But again, this is a big maybe. I think Shopify, just being a better practice team here with this comp, may be able to take the win. As much as I hate to see it, I do want to see Disguise do well, of course. But just with how shaky Disguise is looking, they are swapping someone in new to be their in-game leader. It's just going to look really shaky. Now, I'm not saying Shopify is an incredible team. They're definitely not. They are a very shaky team. And I don't know if bringing in a new in-game leader is going to redeem them. They, again, like the caster said before, it's been a five series loss streak for both Shopify and Disguised, right? So that definitely tells you, all right, there's a lot going on here between both of these teams. Changes need to be made for both of these teams. Will this game or this series be a show of, you know, which team has made better changes? I don't know. I mean, I think it's definitely going to be interesting. This guy's asking Exalt to come in here. Again, I don't know if that's a signifier that Exalt is going to be replacing Steel as the in-game leader, if he's going to be taking a different role here and somebody else will be taking the in-game leader, if Steel's going to be a permanent change, or, you know, I have no idea how this is all going to shape up, and I don't even think this guy's Toast knows how it's all going to shape up. He's expressed on stream he doesn't really know what's going to end up with this roster, talking about making some big changes. What I'm trying to say is, Disguised is a team that looks really, really rocky. It's like when you're playing Jenga, and the final three, or the 3 floors on the bottom, all just have one little plank holding the whole thing up, and every single time you take a piece out, it starts wobbling. That's where Disguised is right now. There's so much uncertainty in how this is going to go. I don't know if it's going to go well for them. Disguise picks Ascent here. This is actually really interesting. So Disguise picks Ascent. Again, a map they tend to do decently on, but again, new team comp or new player composition. Still 3 players that we've seen on Disguise before. Now we've got Ye and Nerve still trying to find their place on this team, or still trying to prove themselves on this team. And so, you know, we may see some of that coming through. That being said, Nerve did actually play really well for Disguise last week. It's mostly Ye that is leaving a lot to be desired, especially considering what he's known for. But yeah, so Disguise on Ascent, again, this is a map they have a good amount of experience on. Again, some weird changes here where they're subbing out their in-game leader, which does leave a lot of questions as to how, you know, if Ascent will still be a map they're solid on. Then there's going to be the Haven play, which, you know, is a map I'm not entirely sure will go well for them either. Haven is a map that is not famously good for Disguised. They've had some good performances on it. They've also had some really bad performances on it. I'll remind you, they almost got 13-0'd by M80 in Split 1 on Haven. So, you know, it's definitely a map that Disguised isn't great at. Shopify should be feeling confident. If I'm Shopify, I'm feeling confident here, because I'm looking at Disguised and I'm going, alright, their team's kind of a mess right now. I think Shopify should be feeling confident. I think Shopify has a good chance of taking this win here. And that's why I'm, you know, if you look at my pick'ems, I did choose Disguised to win this, but that was before I knew how shaky it was going to look for Disguised this week. I was expecting more confidence from them. But it's still looking like a really shaky play here. That being said, again, although I do expect Shopify to win this, I think Disguise has a really good chance if these weird, shaky changes that they've made are going to actually be good for them. Like, there's a chance that Exalt is going to come in here and save Disguise. I mean, let's be honest. When Disguise was on the team, they were doing really, really strong. Then Exalt leaves, and it really starts to look shaky from Disguised. So, you know, I think Steel is a staple for Disguised, and him not being here will definitely have an impact on performance, but maybe that performance impact we may usually see may be picked up by the in-game leader in this match. Again, I don't know who the in-game leader is going to be. They may have already said it, but I'm talking over them. I'll go ahead and take a listen to the casters here just to see if they have any additional insights. Because, again, there's only so much talking you can do about how Disguised history is before you realize, all right, Disguised, we don't know how this is going to go. Like, we can look at all their past games. It's just such a different composition than we've seen before. So, Disguise is a wild card right now. And Shopify is a team that doesn't typically do well. They didn't do super well last week against TSM. Now they're coming in against Disguise, a team that I've said is similar to TSM's capability, but they haven't really been able to prove that yet in Split 2 or even in mid-season. So, we'll see how it goes.
A big enough sample size for Disguise. They just made big roster changes, and, you know, we're not seeing the instant results that we want from Shopify.
Yeah.
Hey, things aren't instant, though. So if they're able to scale up, I mean, it took OR Esports entire split to figure it out as well. So, hey, maybe today is going to be the one that changes your mind. Maybe today at the end of the broadcast, Ollie, maybe you could be convinced a little otherwise.
We'll see. We will have to see. But I'm, again, kind of on the fence between both of these teams. Gus.
Yeah, this one is a little bit of a toss-up. Like, you could literally flip a coin and probably have a better chance of predicting the outcome than if you just look at both of these teams on paper, because there's not really a whole lot of data for these teams with these new comps. Again, zero data for this new comp for Disguise. We haven't seen them play a single match with all of these players together. Shopify, we've got one game, and it wasn't great, but also, you know, they didn't have very long to practice with this team comp. They've had more time now coming into this. It's real just, it's a toss-up. Again, I think Shopify will probably look a little bit more put together in total than Disguised, but at the same time, I don't know what to expect from Disguise.
Is really exciting just in that regards, because then they should be having the utmost confidence here, right?
Well, okay, maybe to waltz your way on to Ascent, yeah, maybe, I guess, but it's purely because of the fact that we haven't seen Ascent since the mid-split face-off. So, I mean, I guess there still is that layer of just, like, countering, of still having that composition being changed up. But, I mean, actually, I am actually pretty excited for Shopify, no matter what we see in terms of comps. Because so far, we've seen actually that shift over from B-Dog, from that controller role, almost full-time to a duelist now. And that whole statistics potential that we were talking about earlier can only be unlocked. Can I say the same about Disguised? Maybe at this point they were making this change to potentially kind of lean on Ye just a little bit more. But again, it's just a theory because we just don't know at all.
And this is something I think I talked about last week. I expect Disguised to scale up from the performance we saw last week. I think they've got so much potential. Obviously they've got so much potential. They've got Ye on their team. They've also got Steel, who's an impressive in-game leader. So I expect Steel to continue to scale. But coming into this, when we don't have Steel, when the in-game leadership has changed, I don't know what to anticipate. I have no idea how this is going to go. Let's take a look at the agent select, though, as we've got Ye and B-Dog gonna be that duelist role for both of these teams, both of them on Jet. We've got Exalt and Mata on KO. Exalt back on that KO. It's gotta feel nice to have him back in here. Gangsta gonna be playing that Recon Initiator. We've seen him do before. Vanity also gonna be on that Recon Initiator, both of them on Sova. Both Nerve and Moose going to be on Controller. Wait, that's interesting. Nerve is typically the Sentinel player. I did not get to catch who or which Sentinel was picked for Disguised. I wasn't really paying that much attention. But what I can say here is that it's not looking great for it's sorry, not looking great. It's looking very different for Disguised, is what I will say. Clear's gonna be on the Sentinel role, and I think that's because he's in this in-game leader role. And so it's, you know, he has to play a little bit of a different playstyle here, right? You gotta put... He can't be on that duelist role, or he can't be on that aggressive initiator, especially since that role is taken by Exalt.
We will have some very early mid-contact with 3 players on Shopify looking to engage and 3 on the other side of Disguise.
Again, I'm very curious to see how this ends up. Let's just get it started. Disguise starting on the offense, and I've talked about this before. Ascent is a defense-sided map. It's not super defense-sided, but it is defense-sided. And so we should expect the defense to take the lead going into the next half. In this case, Shopify's on the defense. So if Disguised leaves a little bit to be desired on their offense, there's a reason why. That being said, it's not an excuse to do badly on your offense, and we're starting off in this round. Some early engagement mid is going to leave Disguised down a player and no spike in their hands. It does look like Nerve and Gangsta are going to still try and take A, possibly, maybe wrap around through Garden and try and go, you know, through Pizza in that area, but Vanity going to take out Nerve. And now Gangsta's alone. No gun to pick up. You can see him looking for one. But now he's going to have to figure out how he wants to play this. Now, Spike isn't being watched, so he can just go ahead and pick this up. Able to get a gun as well, so the Frenzy may be able to help him out here. Door still isn't closed. Maybe would have thought Mata might want to close that market door, but he doesn't. Also, the overlay has changed from the previous series, which is definitely good here. Ooh, and Mata just barely escaping Gangsta. So now this plant is going to go off. It's a 1v3. If Gangsta can clutch this out, I don't know. I will give myself $5. Now Gangsta gonna have to do the first engagement. Does it take out Mata? The blind comes through and it does miss. Now there's one coming in from CT, one coming in from Garage for Shopify. So Gangsta does need to figure out how he wants to approach this. He doesn't know where Vanity is. He knows where Moose is off of that blind, and he knows where they might be, but it's not going to be enough as both Vanity and Moose push in from Alley. It would definitely be difficult for anybody to take that 1v2. Gangsta not going to be the one to clutch it up. I believe he got a headshot on Vanity. He does get Vanity down to 22 HP, but that's not going to matter. Damage does not matter in this pistol rounds. So Disguise is able to, Shopify is able to take the win there, and now they're going to go into a forced buy. They should be able to take the win here, but we could also definitely see it go to Disguised if they can pull through here. We've got Ye on the Marshall, and we've seen him look scary with that, and I imagine he'll do at least a little bit of damage here. That being said, Disguise is going for a 3-man push into A, likely through main, and then we've got Ye, who's going to be in B lobby, pushing through B link to mid, and then we've got Clear going to be on that Sentinel role, just lurking B. Now again, we don't have the usual in-game leadership for Disguised, so this is Clear on the in-game leadership role, if I'm not mistaken, which is definitely different than what we typically see from Disguised. But at the same time, it's not like he's inexperienced in this role. He's almost certainly been able to practice with his team taking over that in-game leadership role. B-Dog does take out Nerve though, shooting through the smoke, and it's actually a wallbang kill. Very lucky there. Ye pushing in through mid, does get spotted by that alarm bot. He's going to keep pushing through here, and Shopify is not going to, you know, stop him at all. Nobody's going to peek him, which means Ye can be free to take CT. He's actually going to be moving through CT to try and take B control here, and he spots Vic, not going to do any damage there. Vic going to win that exchange. It's a body shot, not a headshot from Ye, which means Vic does take damage. It's not going to be a kill. An additional kill for Shopify as well. We'll leave 2 left for Disguise. Going to Exalt and Gangsta. Vic gonna finish both of them off with that Spectre. It's a flawless round for Shopify. That's not at all good for Disguise. They will be able to move into a buy, but Shopify will have all of their guns from the previous round to take bonus with. Which does put Disguise in a tough spot here where they're going to have to encounter a lot of pushback. We'll see if it'll matter though. We'll see if Disguise will still be able to kill them. Disguise ideal amount of kills right now is taking out all of Shopify Rebellion, getting a flawless round because it means they can keep their guns from this round into the next round. Shopify's job right now will be to get as many kills as possible. Again, they're at a gun disadvantage, but if they can get as many kills as possible, it does mean that next round, if they do take a loss here, they should be able to full buy and be against Disguise with less guns. It's a little bit complex and you sort of have to follow through and see it happen, but for this round in particular, it does mean Shopify's at a lower amount of guns, so they're just going to be trying to get kills and not necessarily the win. This guy is going to be once again taking mid control, although this time with the majority of their players going there. 3 in mid, 2 pushing up through stairs and into Market and Pizza. Yay, currently holding Pizza, looking for some early engagement on site. Not going to find anybody, as there's only one on site. There's one on CT, and that's Vanity, who has the Odin, and was spamming through, but has actually taken quite a significant amount of damage himself, down to 48 HP. And now Disguise pushing in, getting that drone to clear tree, look a little bit into A, but off of that and off of very little vision, Disguise does decide to just back up and move towards B. Unfortunately for them, there will be 3 waiting for them, 2 in CT and 1 on site. Yay, going to be the one to have to entry here. And not able to take out Vanity. Exalt going to have to pick up that mantle. Does take out Vanity. Clear going to take out Mata. It's going to be a 3v2 for Shopify. Vic on site with a Spectre. Just going to try and do some damage here. And the Nanoswarms will be good to do a little bit of damage. And Vic going to be able to take out Nerve. Prevent the plant as well. Able to take out Gangsta. There's going to be time to plant, although barely. Clear able to take out Vic. And that'll leave it in a 2v2 where Clear and Exalt are low on health. Doesn't matter for Exalt, who's able to take out Moose. And now it's a 2v1. B-Dog's going to have to try and figure out how he wants to clutch this out. Both Clear and Exalt are low-ish on health. Clear at 80 health and Exalt at 40. Exalt pretty low here. Could be an easy pick. Gets down to 19 HP. B-Dog going to finish Exalt off, but Clear with the flank from behind. 3 kills for Clear. He takes out B-Dog. And again, like I said, Shopify's job wasn't necessarily to win that round, but to get as many kills as possible. And guess what? They did that. They killed all but one of Disguise players. So Disguise won't be able to buy here, or at least won't be able to put up a decent full buy. It'll have to be, you know, weird light shields or even no shield in some cases. Or no. They will all have shield, but it's light shield. You look at Shopify, B-Dog's already got that off. So the gun advantage and the shield advantage going to be there for Shopify. Shopify also has 2 ults. Now Exalt does have the null command to use if he wants to. Already showing through for this team, or shining through for this team. Yay, definitely once again leaving a little bit to be desired. Considering who he is. He hasn't been able to entry these past few rounds. But that's mostly in part to Shopify denying him that entry. The dart comes through. It's going to clear a little bit. They know nobody's in main. And it looks like Disguise will be turning their attention towards an A push. They've completely given up mid control. They're not going to try and take that quite yet. And so Disguise is going to have to push it through A. Now, the reason this is a defense-sided map is because the choke points for the defense are really easy to abuse, meaning the offense has to push through these really closed off and choke points. They're called choke points for a reason, because you pretty much have to get backed up into these corners, and it can just be a tough situation. Of course, as I'm talking, kills are going through, and pretty much everything's traded off, except for Exalt, who is has his null command out, and is going to be rezzed by Gangsta, but they know exactly where he is, may be able to spam him, but they don't. They're able to take out Mata. Vanity trades that off, so it's still going to be a 2v2. No health for Exalt. The flashes come through. Exalt able to take out Vanity, but Moose takes out Gangsta at the same time. Moose also going to take out Exalt. The 3 kills for Moose this round to secure another round. But what I was saying is this is a defense-sided map because the offense can very easily get stuck in those entrances into sites. That can be through B garage, that can be through A main, that can be coming in through tree, that's a big choke point as well, or going in through mid into that market area, that can be a choke point. So if the defense can accurately play against that, or abuse that in a sense, so once they know where the teams are, they can send util back there, which will force those teams or those players back. if you can effectively abuse those choke points, that's why the defense can take the advantage, or has the advantage the majority of the time. That doesn't mean the offense can't accurately play against that. You can put a lot coming through mid to help alleviate some of that pressure in main. Speaking of alleviating pressure in main, this guy doesn't do that. Yay, though, with that Sheriff looking deadly, able to find 2 picks for Shopify, and only 1 for Shopify comes through in that main position. Clear going to be able to take out Vic, who was trying to clear that little cubby. B-Dog going to be able to take out Nerve, try and push back the A push a little bit, but Yay is still alive with that Sheriff looking deadly. Vanity going to win the exchange with Clear in mid, which does leave it in a 2v2, where the gun advantage is actually lost for Shopify. They actually don't have the gun advantage because Vanity still only has a Bulldog. And Gangsta and Yay were able to pick up guns. So it's down to B-Dog with the Operator, Vanity with the Bulldog to try and play this retake as the spike has gone down. Yay in heaven, I believe, with those knives looking very, very dangerous. Yay going to be able to take out Vanity. Now it's down to B-Dog in a 1v2. The op flick does come through on Gangsta, and now it's a 1v1 between these Jets. Yay has those knives, decides to use the Vandal. Takes B-Dog out as he did, he did use up those knives. Does pull out the Vandal. Able to get that kill, and that's what we want to see from Yay. That's what we didn't see from Yay last week. We wanted to see Yay coming through and showing he is a good Jet player. He is a good duelist for Disguise, and he just proved that. 2 of those kills with the Sheriff, able to get a kill with those knives. Then he switches to that Vandal, not to, you know, play down the kill that Clear got, which was also very, very instrumental in securing this round. Able to find an early pick there with that Sheriff, which was very useful for Disguise in that round. Now, I should point out, that was a save round from Disguise. It was a forced buy from Shopify, meaning they couldn't completely buy. Their econ just wasn't there for that. Which means Shopify, off of that loss, gonna have to save. And Disguise, off of that win there, gonna start to boost their econ a little bit. You see, Yay was able to pick up that op as well, which is going to even more boost their econ. So this guy's going to be able to buy this round. They would have been able to buy regardless, but off of a win, it's going to be even better for them. And with 2 players left alive, that does mean 2 guns get to be picked up. And that's what I'm talking about. Yay was able to pick up that Operator. This Sova drone going to come through. It's going to spot Vanity with the Judge. She was looking to aggress and try and get an easy pick, but not really going to be able to do very much. And he's going to get spammed through the smoke as he tries to get away. Clear can be the one to get the pick on Vanity. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for Shopify, who lost that player early. Now again, it's a save round for Shopify, and the only person with an actual gun was Vanity with that Judge. And, well, he didn't get a pick with it. So now it's down to the rest of Shopify to pull through. Mata is actually spotted by Nerve, but he may have been in his smoke screen, not able to see that. B-Dog gonna be able to take out Nerve. B-Dog gonna be taken, or what am I saying? B-Dog able to take out Nerve. It's picked up by Exalt, though. Sorry, my brain is not functioning right now. And 2 more picks come through. I don't know if that was Exalt, but somebody picked up those kills, got 2 more, and now it's down to Vic and Moose. I think it was Clear who got those picks, actually. Yeah, it was. Now Clear able to take out Vic. That's 4 kills for Clear this round. Could he get that ace? I mean, he's probably not going to push for it, and I don't think Moose would like to let him get that ace, so he's just going to camp in Garden, hoping to maybe find an easy pick, watching the exit, just planning to die to the spike at this point. If you're wondering why players on a save round die to the spike, it's because you get that ult point up, and in the case of Moose, it'll actually be good for him, because he'll be able to get his ult up off of that death. Disguise, and by dying to the spike and not dying to a player, you deny the ult point getting up for the player that kills you, and you also deny extra money for the player that kills you. That being said, though, Moose will die to the spike, and Disguise takes a win, and they've tied it up, and this is good for Disguise, because that was a buy round they needed to win, and they won it with only 1 of their players dying, which does make it a pretty successful buy round, and denies a good eco round for Shopify. Shopify has 1 ult up here, in the form of Vic. I thought Moose would have gotten his ult up off of that win. I guess I was, or after that death, I guess I was wrong there. But we do have 2 ults. Clear and Gangsta each have an ult as well for Disguise. So there's 3 ults in play right now. Both teams have a lockdown to use. Gangsta's got the Hunter's Fury to possibly counterplay the ult from Vic. And that may be what we see here. Disguise getting ready to take mid control, but an aggressive push out of B main into B lobby from Shopify. Not going to find anything, because they are smoked off. They do manage to take out a turret, and then they just back up. Disguise, who has taken mid control, going to push into Cat through to tree, while 2 come in from main. And Shopify has actually been pushed way back off of some good info gathering from from Gangsta, which does make Shopify a little bit nervous about pushing. The lockdown does come out. It's destroyed by the Sofa ult, which also takes out 2 of his own teammates. Interesting there. Meanwhile, Ye able to find an op pick, so it's going to be a 3v2 as Gangsta got 2 team kills. I think you report there and try and ban Exalt. I mean, that was just disrespectful. But the lockdown does get destroyed, which allows them to get that spike down. Gangsta gonna lock down Heaven, able to take out Mata. Ooh, nearly found another pick, but the timing just didn't come through. B-Dog gonna get away with his life, barely, down to 18 HP. Now it's gonna be down to B-Dog and Moose to win a 2v2. Ye able to take out B-Dog. Now it's a 1v2 for Moose. He knows where both of these players are. He knows Ye's low. Still not going to be able to capitalize on it as Gangsta is going to win the exchange with Moose. And this round does go to Disguise, and now they've taken the lead, and I did say this is a defense-sided map. What does that mean? Well, it means you should expect the defense to take the lead going into the second half. But already, the defense not doing that here. Shopify fumbling this a little bit. Now, this is Disguised map, so you do expect them to do better here. And Gangsta getting 2 of those kills maybe just shows the miscommunication there. I don't know if that was... I mean, obviously it wasn't intentional, but I don't know if what exactly happened there to allow those players to die. Now, that was a buy round for Shopify. They lost it, so they're going to be on a save light buy this round. And Disguised, who still has that lockdown, probably going to try and use it this round. Possibly, they may want to wait to see if Shopify is on a light buy. B-Dog's pushing and taking mid control, and he's able to, as Disguise is mostly pushing through a main. They've got one watching mid through Cat, though, and may be able to catch B-Dog. Not really going to be able to. So B-Dog's going to be able to push through into B-Link to hold mid, while the rest of Disguise is getting ready. 4 players of them getting ready to push into A. Now, Nerve is there to lock down B-Link, but B-Dog does catch him off guard, able to get an easy shot there, and then finds another shot to take out and finish clear. Which means now it's a 5v4 for Shopify. Now, it's a save round from them, but B-Dog's able to pick up a gun, so that may help him out here with the potential retake. Although, Disguise still has not taken sight. They're taking quite a while here. The Hunter Sphere comes out. It's going to be good for one. Could it be good for another? No, not quite. Now Disguise going to be down 2 players. And again, that gun advantage still there for Disguise, but it may not matter. So Moose able to take out Gangsta. Moose also going to take out Nerve. Now it's just down to Ye. All he has is an Operator. Able to find one of Moose, but Mata going to trade that off. And the Operator is going to be picked up by Shopify. 4 players left alive for Shopify. And that was a save round turned into a win, where 4 of their players stayed alive. So that's a really, really solid round for them. And now we're going into tying it up, but Disguise still going to have some decent econ, so they're going to be able to buy this round. Although if they lose it, their econ's going to start to struggle. Both of these teams have an have an Omen ult. I don't know what I was saying there. Both of these teams have an Omen ult, and Disguise has that lockdown still. They didn't use it last round, knowing it was a save round from Shopify. We'll see if it comes out this round. I imagine it will. But on the flip side, Shopify has a null command for Mata to use. The Sova drone comes out, and it does spot Clear, and B-Dog's trying to find a pick with that Operator. Not able to. Clear's going to push through and find the pick on B-Dog. Apparently, between a Vandal and an Operator, the Vandal wins there. And now it's going to be a 4v5 for Shopify in this round, and Disguise has decided to take mid control. This is a good call, because the reason they lost the previous round is because they just gave up mid control. And then they lost a player early and then continued to just not be able to push through mid. So they lost because of that. So here, not giving up mid control and taking mid themselves does allow them a little bit of leeway. Ooh, Ye's actually able to push all the way into Heaven, and I know Shopify is not ready for that. Oh, they kind of were, but not quite in that good of a position to defend it. Mata looked like maybe he knew Ye might be there, but it didn't matter. Ye was still able to find and take out both of the players on site, which does leave Vic and Vanity alone for Shopify to try and clutch a 2v5 if they want. It is a buy round from them. Their econ is stable enough, though, that if they don't want to try and win this round, they could survive a loss, but it looks like they're just going to go to save to try and preserve some of that econ. Looks like Clear is in a position to try and challenge it. Not going to be able to. Vic going to win the exchange with Clear. Peeker's advantage there, but he's not going to get away with his life, and that does leave Vanity now alone in a 1v4. It's not going to be a flawless round from Disguise, but it's likely still going to be a win, as Vanity's, he's not in a position to challenge it. This will it be 1v4? Will Vanity get away with his life? Probably. As it doesn't look like Disguise is going to hunt him any further. They don't want to risk losing any more of their players, because their econ's not really in a good enough spot to try and challenge it, and so they won't. Now we're going to push forward here as Disguise has taken the lead once again. And again, this is a defense-sided map. So even if it's tied up going into the next half, Disguised would be in a good spot. But the fact that they are taking the lead right now could possibly even push through to gain the advantage going into the next half, or gain the lead going into the next half. That does bode well for Disguised. And again, this is a scent picked by Disguised. But that, again, that's not an excuse for Shopify to take a loss here. They should still be trying to push through. And they are, you can tell. And you look over at Disguised, Nerve, who is typically on that Sentinel role, is on the controller right now. He's playing Omen. He has 0 kills for his team. Ye and Clear really stepping up. I don't know if it's because Clear is good on Killjoy. It seems like it's more so been a lot of just winning gunfights for Clear, but it is still important to point out, Nerve has not really been able to find his footing. He's died almost every single round of this map so far. Although for Shopify, Vanity has... no players for Shopify have died as many times as Nerve has. But what I'm trying to say is, if things do start to go wrong, Nerve is going to have to start to figure some of his issues out. And off of this timeout, which was called by Shopify, so it's up to Shopify to try and figure their own issues out, but Disguise can still talk, and there's definitely quite a few issues with Disguise currently. So maybe that timeout can be used to try and figure that out. The coach by Ocean for Disguise to try and figure it out. B-Dog has an operator, and he's going to try and watch mid with it. On the flip side, though, Ye is an operator trying to watch mid with it. And, well, B-Dog not going to catch Ye, not even going to shoot his operator at Ye, who does jump peek out. But Ye does see them there, so that's why the smoke got put out. Ye going to be able to take a Vic, who is pushing out to try and deny that mid control and just try and get away from the lockdown. But not quite able to. Ooh, B-Dog does get trapped by the lockdown. So he's not going to get taken out, but he will be rendered useless. Ye with those knives, peeking up over that archway, just trying to find some kills on Heaven. Possibly. The null command does come out from Shopify. That'll definitely be useful to try and start this retake. It denies any of that post-plant util being laid down. So I do think there's a nanoswarm that gets laid down. Oh, Clear gonna lock down Heaven. Picks out B-Dog and Vanity. Nerve gonna take out Mata. Now it's down to Moose in a 1v4. Able to take out Nerve. Now it's a 1v3. And Exalt takes Moose out. And this round does go the way of Disguise. Another round for them. And now they've taken that 6th round, which is good because it prevents Shopify, or it's good for Disguise because it prevents Shopify from tying it up going into the next half. Which means Disguise has no chance of being at a disadvantage going into the next half, and it means that Shopify, who has a defense advantage, being on the defense here, has not been able to take the lead going into the next half, which bodes well for Disguised when they switch to the defense of the defense-sided map. Now, there's 2 ults for Disguise to use this round, and they may not have to use them. Shopify's on a save light buy here, and so likely there won't be a whole lot of pushback, so Disguise may not have to use any of their ults here. They may just want to save them. Now, that being said, like I said, going into that previous round, Nerf had no kills. He got a kill last round, so he's starting to pick it up a little bit. Now, Moose is pushed up pretty aggressively in A main, and he's all the way back near the gelato, near the ice cream. But he's still not going to find anybody as Disguise does back off of that position. Disguise was pushed up into B garage, but now they're turning their attention towards taking mid control, possibly to rotate into A. Now, Clear wasn't necessarily ready for Moose to be there, but did know that he could potentially be there and is able to win that exchange. So now it's going to be a 4v5 for Shopify. And Moose was one of the only players for Shopify who had, or he was the only player for Shopify who had a rifle in that Bulldog. So the fact that he lost that exchange does mean that the gun disadvantage is going to continue to be prevalent for Shopify. As well as now a player disadvantage in a 4v5. This entry into site starting. Exalt going to flash in the Clear boathouse. He's going to be able to flash and take out Vic. Now it's going to be a 3v5 here. Mata with the flank, going to take out Clear, who's just not anticipating him there. So now it's a 3v4. Ye going to take out Vanity and Market, though, with that operator looking deadly. And now it's going to be a 2v4. The knife comes out, and it's good to clear sight, but may not be enough to help them secure this round. Exalt trying to flick over to watch CT, not going to be able to. Shooting through the smoke, I believe B-Dog took, or through the wall, I believe B-Dog took some wallbang damage there. Mata able to take out Exalt, but the operator on Ye, just too much for Mata to handle. gets killed there, and then Nerve finds the final pick. And now Nerve is really starting to pick it up. He just needed to figure himself out. But that does mean Disguise has taken the lead officially going into the next half. So now they're just trying to make it as big as possible. We're going to the last round of the half. Shopify needs to try and close it up if they want to have hope of coming back next half. But, you know, again, Disguise has already taken the lead going into the next half, so it's going to be difficult for Shopify. But if they can get this last round, then next round they just have to win the pistol round and they'll be able to tie it up. And so Shopify, if they can secure this round, they'll be in a decent spot. Disguised, making some noise A. They've got the KO knife. They place a Killjoy turret up in B main, or in B garage, to try and deny some good vision there. The Odin spam going to come through from Vanity to take out the turret, though. This guy's still not really pushing into a main. They're definitely just looking for some early aggression. Maybe Shopify pushing out a little bit too much. Playing a little default here, just waiting to respond, which Shopify is not doing it. Shopify is not responding. They are waiting for Disguise. Or they're not waiting for... Sorry. Shopify's not pushing out. Disguise is also not pushing out. But, of course, Disguise is on the offense. So it's up to them to push out here. And it looks like Shopify looking to maybe take mid control. You see that flash on Mata getting ready to try and flash out Market. But nobody's there. And now Exalt winning that exchange with Moose is going to allow this entry onto site to start. B-Dog with the knife is going to be able to take out Exalt. But Ye going to be there to trade it off. And this entry for Ye going well. Now it's going to be a 3v4. Shopify at a player disadvantage here. It'll be difficult to play against. The wallbang coming through, trying to take out anybody Heaven, but it's not going to connect. And then Vic's able to take out Ye. Vic going to take out Gangsta as well. Now the player disadvantage there for Disguised. Going to have to play this post plant. Nerve able to take out Mata, but the Odin spam going to be there to take out Nerve. Now it's a 1v2. They saw Clear. They know where he is. And Vanity going to be able to take Clear out. This round does go to Shopify, which means if they can secure the pistol round at the start of next half, they could tie it up. They could possibly... Shopify definitely still has a chance here, despite not having the advantage or the lead going into the next half. They could still try. They could definitely still try to make this win come a reality. The issue is this is a defense-sided map, like I've already said, and now Disguised, who already has the lead, going to be on the defense of the defense-sided map. It's going to be difficult for Shopify to play against, assuming Disguised can abuse those choke points. Disguised did a really good job of not allowing themselves to get caught in those choke points. They weren't just all getting caught in the main entrances onto the sites. They weren't getting caught in the they weren't all going to the same position, is what I'm trying to say. Like, they were separating enough, so they're sending enough through mid, they're sending enough through main, to the point where they could find some damage, and then push effectively through those entrances. These guys did a good job of that. They also just won a lot of their gunfights, and at the end of the day, that is what will matter as well. Looks like Shopify going to start off their offense by pushing into B. It was a 3-man hold on A for Disguised, and, well, that means they placed the majority of their players wrong. Vic and Vanity are going to be able to clear the 2 that were on site. Now the retake going to have to start from Disguised. It starts off good, though, as Exalt's able to take out Moose. And now Disguise going to have to figure out how they want to play this. All 4 players for Shopify are on site. Now Disguise doesn't necessarily know that, so they do have to play a little bit carefully here. Vanity's low on health, down to 15. There's a little bit of an exchange. Ye does some damage. Able to finish off Vanity, but Mata going to take out Ye for a trade. Exalt, meanwhile, going to take out Vic. Mata takes out Nerve, so it's a bit of a trade. Now it's a 1v2 for Exalt. Not going to win that exchange. Coming back into Disguise, not going to be able to clutch this situation out. B-Dog going to take Exalt out. So the first pistol round does go to Shopify, and that's what I said they needed just to tie it right back up, is to get that pistol round, and they did it. So this definitely could still be looking good for Shopify. Assuming they win this next round, which they should be able to. They'll have a pretty good gun advantage. They should just be able to tie it up, and then it'll go into the back and forth until both teams are on a bye round. So we will see how this does end up going. Again, it's going to be a save from Disguise, so they shouldn't win here. Ye with that Marshall, though, may be able to do some damage. Shopify going for another B push here. They're pushing a little bit slower than they did last time, but it looks like it's still going to be very aggressive here. And the door's going to close. The flash comes through, but it doesn't matter. Mata going to be able to take out Exalt. Moose able to take out Clear. The 2 players who did not have guns able to find the picks. Moose going to find another. B-Dog takes out Gangsta. That leaves Ye alone, and all he has is a Marshall. Going to just try to find 1 pick. Able to hit Moose, but Moose had a little bit of shield there. Not going to be taken out. And this round does go to Shopify, and I believe that was flawless, which is not good for Disguise because now it's going to be a pretty good bonus round for Shopify, meaning they're going to have a lot of guns to defend themselves with, and they had 2 players who saved, which does mean that those players will be able to buy guns here as well. So it's pretty much going to be a full buy from both sides, and the gun advantage that Disguise would normally have has been lessened. Also, in part to the fact that Clear only has a Guardian. He wasn't able to afford a full gun, which, you know, is going to put Disguise even more of a little bit of a disadvantage here coming into this round. Yay, gonna try and take mid control. Luckily for Shopify, or maybe unluckily if, you know, they were able to win that exchange, but whatever. Nobody's mid for Shopify, so Yay is not going to have to encounter anyone. And Shopify is once again going to be trying a B hit. Ooh, the Sova dart does come through, but the spam only going to connect or try and hit somebody who hasn't actually started to push through. Vanity going to be able to punish Ye, take him out. Now it's going to be a 5v4. So this guy's at a player disadvantage here. Site's been taken. The flashes come through. Clear going to be good for 2. Gangsta finds 1 as well. B-Dog able to find 1. Straight off by Exalt. Moose takes out Exalt. And now we're in a 1v1 between both Omens here. The controller players for both of these teams going to be in a 1v1. The spike is going down. Nerve knows where Moose is now.
He's right behind the box. Moose
misses the first shot. This exchange starting. Oh, and for some reason, Moose TP is maybe hoping Nerve won't be pushing out of stairs, but Nerve is. So the TP comes through, and Nerve is able to just take him out, pick up the Odin, and now he's going to go for the defuse. That being said, this was a bit of a bonus round from Shopify, and Disguise, although they won it, lost all but 1 of their players, which means they're at a pretty big gun disadvantage coming to this next round, because they spent a lot of money. So this next round, they're not going to have a lot of money to buy with, so that does mean it should go to Shopify, and Shopify should be able to just tie it back up, as we would anticipate, or as we would probably expect. There is the Omen ult for Moose to use this round as well, to try and gain some vision as to where the enemy might be. And it looks like Shopify will be trying to take mid control this time around, although they will face pushback from Ye, who has a Bulldog. This is good from Ye. I mean, we're seeing him top frag for Disguise. This is what we missed from him against Oxygen last week. And this is what we expect to see from Ye, being Ye. He's coming into Tier 2 competition. He should have been dominating last week, and he just got denied by Oxygen. He's still not doing maybe as well as we'd expect, but he is still doing that top frag position for Disguise. Obviously, it's a team game. He's not just going to completely carry. Yay, gonna find that early pick on Mata. Good positioning there. Looking for more. Nerve gonna be the one to get the pick on Bulldog, or on B-Dog. But he is helped out by Ye. Ye also gonna be able to take out Vic. They know one more's there as well. And the gun disadvantage that Disguise had here, they did decide to force, and it's paying off, as they may be able to take a win here. Vanity gets completely flashed. Ooh, almost got a kill out of that. But it will be a flawless round for Disguise. Those that did not have guns are going to be able to pick some up, which means Disguise, although that was a gun disadvantage, it was a forced round that turned into a win, and they were able to pick guns, which does put Disguise in a really, really solid position here. We've got the knives in the hands of Ye, the jet ults, but I doubt those will come out this time around because he has a gun to use. He may as well use it. Moose has an Omen ult. Again, we may see that be used for vision. It could also just be saved until there's a point to rotate. This is a save round from Shopify, so they may not need to use it. They probably won't be using it. Now Shopify is coming in through A main, getting ready to push onto site here. Moose takes a little bit of damage as they're trying to take this site. Able to get to Wine, but again, takes a little bit of damage. This guy's definitely just going to have to try and figure out how they want to push this. The knives are up for B-Dog. He's going to be using those this round. We'll see if he's able to find any picks with them. The KO Molly going to clear that left side of Hell and Hell. Exalt, though, from Heaven, going to find 2. Nerve able to take out B-Dog. Moose going to finally trade off Exalt, but it takes just a little bit too long. Nerve also going to be able to take out Moose, so that leaves Vic alone in a 1v4. The save round, probably not going to turn into a win for Vic. Just trying to find maybe 1 or 2 more picks. Not able to. 3 kills for Nerve this round. Really locked it down. He had a very shaky first half. This half, he's really pulling through. And, yeah, Disguise is really pushing through here. Again, it's a defense-sided map, and we're seeing them continue to take the advantage. They had the lead coming into this, and they've maintained that lead. They did lose the first 2 rounds, but since then, even having gun disadvantages, Disguise has not lost. It just seemed like they needed rifles in their hands to start winning. And that's what we've seen come through. There's 3 ults for Disguise to use this round, and they know that there will be a buy from Shopify, so they'll probably use those ults. We've got the Omen ult for Moose, and we've got the Hunter's Fury for Vanity. Now, likely Shopify will know that Disguise is probably going to be looking to use those ults. So what they're going to try and do is maybe bait those ults. That's why you have them putting so many mid, because you can rotate pretty quickly from mid. Say, you're pushing Cat and Tree. If the ults come out, you can back up and run to the other side. That being said, it may not be necessary, as B-Dog kills both Exalt and Gangsta to start this entry. The Hunter's Fury also going to be good for a pick. Clear able to kind of even it out, not really able to find a pick. And that does leave Disguise in a 2v4. And it looks like Disguise going to be challenging this, although maybe just looking for exit picks. It looks like Ye just going to push through. And yeah, it just looks like Clear's going to go to save. Ooh, Ye barely catches Vanity there. Definitely not anticipating them that close, and now Ye just going to watch these exits, as well as Clear, going to be watching CT. And he may encounter B-Dog. Ye able to encounter Vic, and gonna encounter, and Clear's gonna encounter Mata from CT. And now it's just down to B-Dog. Maybe Disguise should have gone for the retake. Although the reason they probably won that is just better positioning there. Clear looking maybe to hunt down and take out B-Dog, but they're not going to find him, and they don't really have a whole lot of good money to try and force here. But Disguise does take the loss there. They're going to win, or sorry, they're going to have good guns this round. Shopify, who took the who took the win, did lose all but one of their players. Their econ's going to take a pretty big hit there. They're going to be able to all end up with rifles this round, but again, it's going to be light shield for most of them. Now there's 4 ults. I can't talk sometimes. There's 4 ults now for Disguise to use this round. 2 ults for Shopify to use. Although each of these teams have an Omen ult, which is really you know, you have to use it in certain cases. It's not super easy to just use as soon as you get it up, like the other ults are. And Ye gonna have the operator now. And he's looking to challenge mid. Nobody's mid, though, so he probably won't have to take anybody out mid. So he turns his attention to peek out market, hopefully to try and find something in garage. Might just get smoked off before he can do anything, though. His entry's kind of starting, but some vision gained. Gangsta with the Sova arrow. Gonna do some damage. Ooh, the Sova arrow gonna find Ye. And Ye's almost punished, but he's able to just barely get away down to 11 HP. Won't matter, as not only does he take out the KO ult, but he's also able to collateral and take out Vanity. So now it's down to 2 players for Shopify. They're able to res Mata, though, and then B-Dog's able to take out Clear. So it will even it out a little bit. So it's going to be a 3v4. B-Dog able to take out Ye, who's already low, but Gangsta with the Odin going to be able to Odin spam, take out B-Dog. Moose going to take out Gangsta, so it's going to be kept in even 2v2. Although Sight has been given up, the Molly lineup going to prevent the plant for a little while. The plant still hasn't gone down from Shopify, and Disguise has had time to get into position to try and deny this plant, or at the very least, be in a good position for this retake. The blinds come through, and this execution of a retake is started. Exalt takes out Mata. Now it's down to Moose, who needs to win the 1v1, and he does. 3 kills for Moose to clutch out what was a 1v2. And this round goes to Shopify, although didn't look like it was going to. It did. Disguise gonna have money to survive that loss, but they're gonna feel bad about that one. Disguise still has quite a few ults to use. They've got 3 ults to use, specifically. They still have that Omen ult, which again, you can only use in certain scenarios that probably won't come out. But the Lockdown and the Hunter's Fury could be utilized. It's just that Clear and Gangsta need to stay alive in order to use those ults. We did see Gangsta do a pretty good job in that previous round. You got a few good Odin kills there, but he has been struggling this map. Gangsta usually isn't like a top fragger for this team or anything. Ooh, Ye whiffing that shot. Typically we see Ye hit those, but not in this situation. Doesn't miss that shot, and that will prevent B-Dog from being taken out. But off of that, Shopify's like, alright, we'll just run it B. There will be nobody on site on B, but there will be some Killjoy util, and now they know there's at least one thinking about coming into garage off of that turret going off. And Ye gonna push up, looking for a pick. He doesn't have that dash to get away with, so he does have to play a little bit safe here. Able to find the first pick. Vic definitely just looking to punish it. Not going to be able to, as that jet smoke does prevent it. But Vic will be able to cross using that jet smoke. Ye may be ready for that with that operator. There is that Odin in Gangsta. Definitely do some damage here. Yeah, Vic can see it. Not going to do anything, though. Moose going to try and TP out, or TP it over to A. But at the same time, they get picked off there. Vic going to take out Ye. The entry onto B has started. Clear able to take out Mata over on A. But it's okay for Shopify because they've abandoned an A hit. And B site has been given up, so they'll be able to plant. This guy's definitely still a little bit confused as to where the plant is necessarily going off, but now they know it's a B push. And shooting through the smoke, Vic actually takes quite a bit of damage, down to 28 HP. The lockdown's gonna come out, and we'll see if Disguise decides to respect it or not. It looks like they will, but the counter lockdown does come out, and then the Hunter's Fury comes out to destroy the attacker lockdown. Moose from Garage looking to do some damage. Not really able to. Vic from Boathouse gonna find a pick, or from Backside gonna find a pick. Exalt gonna take out Vic, and now it's a 1v3 for Moose. Nerve gonna be able to take out Moose. Looked like Gangsta got the kill, but he did not hit enough of those Odin shots to even get an assist. The defuse is gonna come off, and that does mean Disguise has taken the 11th round. Although this match has been kind of close, and it's been a little bit back and forth, at least in this half, Disguised is still with a 2-round lead, coming off of the switch to this half, where they came into it with a 2-round lead. They still have that. This is about as close of a map as you'd expect, though. I think this is, you know, it's not one team dominating over the other. This is definitely what we sort of, or what I sort of expected coming into this map. Now, again, this is a scent which Disguise picked, so you should expect Disguise to win this. And that might be what we're seeing here, although the defense, you know, it's a defense-sided, which is why they're able to take the win here. But they have the advantage, or the lead, coming into this. B-Dog down to 1 HP. I believe he got wallbanged with the operator, or something like that. Not entirely sure how he got down to 1 HP, but he is down to 1 HP. All he has is knives. And, you know, all it takes is one good spam through the wall, and he'll be done in an instant. Ooh, it almost happened where that good spam through the wall happened, but Exalt does miss, and then B-Dog peeks out and gets taken out. That does mean, though, Shopify's down a player, and they've been able to take mid control. They're pushing in through market, but the rest of their team, or the 2 players that were getting ready to push through garage, still aren't through. They're just trying to dodge some of that Sova util. Sova Arrow comes out from Shopify to start to clear this site. And Vision is denied for both of these teams. So Shopify doesn't know. I mean, they do know off of some KO util that there might be 2 on site. Ye gonna take out Mata. Nerve gonna take out Moose. Both of those players pushing into CT, and then Clear just gonna lock down the site, pushing out and peeking stairs. Gonna find 2 picks of his own, and now Disguise on that 12th round. So it's gonna be 9-12 here. And yeah, Shopify is in a little bit of a tough situation here. They're one round away from a loss. It's map point right now for Disguise. Shopify Rebellion taking a timeout. Disguise has yet to use a timeout. Shopify has used both of theirs at this point. And there's a reason that Shopify has yet to use a timeout, and it's just because they haven't, that Disguise has yet to use a timeout. It's because they haven't really been at a position where they're at a disadvantage. They've been sort of ahead of the curve this entire time. They've been ready for everything that's happening this entire time. And that's continuing here. Shopify, definitely just trying to figure out how they want to play this. Shopify is definitely a team where it's interesting because not only are they an org-backed team, but they have their own compound that they play in, and yet they're still not a very powerful team. That's sort of a sidebar, not really related to this. I just think it's interesting that they're backed by an org. They probably have a lot of money as well backed behind that org, and yet these players still aren't able to find their path. Not entirely sure why that is. But anyways, Shopify gonna have to figure out how they want to scrape this together. They're able to take a timeout here. We'll see if that's going to be good for them. That being said, when you take a timeout, your opponent also gets to use that timeout as a timeout as well. So that does mean Disguise is able to also reflect inward, figure anything out. So that could be what allows Disguise to take some vision here. B-Dog just going to try an entry with that Judge. Not going to be able to. Clear going to deny that. Takes out B-Dog. And now it's a 4-player push through Garage. The choke point did hold them back a little bit, but Disguise didn't really abuse it too much. Gangsta gonna get flashed. Coming out of that flash, still going to be able to take out Vic. Going to continue to Odin spam. Not going to really connect on any of the other Shopify players. But Exalt getting ready to help with this retake, taking out Moose. The spike still has yet to go down. It's on Mata, who went to backside to pick up that Odin. And now he's getting ready to threaten it. So try and spam the rest of Disguise. It's 3v2. Exalt's down to 10 HP though. So Disguise in a little bit of a tough situation here. Oh, the op shot on Ye could have been good, but it does miss. And that could have been fatal for this round. Exalt going to take out Vanity. Mata takes out Ye. The Odin spam going to barely wallbang Exalt, but Nerve going to shut down any hope of a win there at that gun disadvantage for Shopify. And this guy's going to take it 13-9. That's not super close, but it's also pretty much what we'd expect considering this guy's picked this map. Well played. Next map is going to be Haven, and honestly, I think that could go either way. That is a map that, again, could go either way. We've had Disguise. After losing Exalt, we saw Disguise play super, super poorly. But guess what? Exalt's back, baby. Will we be seeing a really powerful performance from Disguised on Haven once again? I don't know. I mean, they don't have Steel. You know, I believe it's Clear who did the IGLing for this round. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let me see. They did not put it in yet. But they did put in the players. It doesn't say who the IGL is here, and I doubt it'll say here who the IGL is. Yeah, so they don't even have Exalt in as like the sub or anything like that. So I'm not entirely sure exactly who. I'm not entirely sure exactly who Disguise will, or how Disguise will play on Haven, especially considering I don't know who the IGL is. But what I do know is that Exalt is a really powerful player, and he was, after him leaving, may or may not be the reason that Disguise started to perform poorly on Haven, right? And so if we see we see Exalt coming in now, will Exalt being back on Disguise coming into Haven, will it be enough even without Steel? Will it be enough for Disguise to push through here? It did seem like maybe subbing Steel in for Disguise and then putting, I believe, Clears on the IGL role. I'm not entirely sure on that, but I do think that is what ended up happening. So Steel being the in-game leader, Clear being the in-game leader. Clear came. Did I say Steel subbed in for Steel? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I think Clear came in to take over that role. Who averaged the most kills per match in the mid-season face-off? Was it Oxy? Might have been Oxy. Was it? It's either. Was it Sim? Could have been Oxy or Sim, right? Sim. Okay, I was close. That's surprising. But anyways, getting distracted. I do think this is impressive just to see Disguise not having their sole IGL, but I also think there's a chance Vanity and Shopify was practicing under the guise that Vanity knew how Steel was gonna IGL, and it may have been a good decision for Disguise to pull out Steel and put in Exalt and put Clear on the IGL. Again, I think Clear's on the IGL. I'm not entirely sure on that, but if that is the case, again, I think this was a good choice from Clear here, from Disguise here to put Clear on the IGL. Again, operating under that assumption, but at the very least, it was good to pull Steel out of that IGL role, because clearly Shopify was not able to counterplay Disguise as well as they maybe would have liked. That being said, you know, I feel like Disguise is still going to play similarly to how they did with Steel. Sure, it's not going to be Steel's IGL. Again, there's a reason they trade Steel out. They know he's not going to be in the IGL role, but that doesn't change the fact that Disguise still is going to be playing a little bit similarly to how they usually do, which means Shopify can counterplay them a little bit. Plus, at the end of the day, Shopify still has their own strategies that they bring to the table, and sure, Disguise was able to counterplay, or even, I don't even think Disguise had to do much counterplaying on Ascent. I think Shopify just didn't play that well. But what we can say is, at the very least, is that Disguise did a good job here of playing well overall. Just waiting for this match to get put in. For some reason, Series 2 maps take a while to get put in by Valor.gg. My theory is that it's because more people are using it, because it's like after school for most of America, right? So, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, we're just waiting for this to get put in, so that way I can really do analysis. One thing I will say is something that that I touched on, and I touched on when I was talking about, who might get subbed in to replace before we knew Ye was coming in. But one thing that I did sort of touch on that I haven't really touched on since is Gangsta is not the strongest player for Disguise. I'm not saying he's a bad player or that he doesn't play his role well. He does. I think he's typically good at doing what a recon initiator should do, which is just gaining vision for the team. The only issue I have is he's never playing on par with what we may expect from those recon initiators. Like, he's not super good at winning his gunfights. He does occasionally, and I think it's just that he's not in those situations a lot. He does play back a lot. Like, he doesn't aggress very, very quickly. And he also doesn't use his shock darts very much, other than to just push the enemy back and not so much to do damage like we sometimes see with other Sova players. Gangsta also plays Fade, but in this case on Ascent, what I'm saying is I did notice that Gangsta was lacking again a little bit for his team. We also saw Nerve struggling when they were on the offense. It switched to the defense, and Nerve really picked it up. And what was interesting is that Nerve was on the not the initiator role. What was he on? He was on the controller role in that Omen. Which Nerve is typically a Sentinel player. Now, typically your Sentinel and your controller players can like swap. Like Sentinel should also be good at playing a controller role. But at the end of the day, like a Sentinel is its own role for a reason. Typically you'll have one core Sentinel player, and in this case, Clear goes to the Sentinel role, and this is because he's on that IGL role. So he needs to be on a role where he doesn't have to be playing aggressively, because typically Clear will play on that duelist role. Then Ye comes in, and now he was taking over that more aggressive initiator role, that KO or Breach. But again, they're subbing in Exalt, so now Clear has to go somewhere. And because he's IGLing, they put him on Sentinel and decided to put Nerve on controller. It switches up a lot of playing here, or who's playing what. But I do think it's a smart decision for that reason of, they got to do what they got to do. Clear does have to go somewhere. I'm just waiting for this to be put in. I guess while we're waiting, we can listen to the casters a little bit, because they're gonna have the stats before I do, unfortunately. Sometimes that's the way that it goes. See, can Valor hurry up? I'll just keep refreshing this on my other monitor, and then
I mean, I have a lot more confidence.
Yeah,
in this
once we
guys
get
now.
that, I'll do my own
I think
analysis.
Individually, the only person that was in question was Ye from last week, and to have Ye step up in pretty big fashion this time around, I think there are really any
actually, that is
questions
one
to
thing
what
I
this
should have
guy
pointed
did.
out already. But
His impact
yeah,
is felt
Shopify, Disguised, Ye was stepping up for Disguise. I think he was on that top frag role this time. Again, he wasn't leading super hard, or he wasn't carrying the team, but he's also he's also an operator player. He's playing on Jet. He typically picks up that operator, which typically your operator player, on that duelist isn't necessarily going to be top fragging for your team. Oh, he actually didn't top frag. It was Clear, although he did get the most kills. Clear, I guess, just had a better combat score. Oh, by 1 point. All right, so Clear and yeah, we're pretty much playing on par with each other. But what I was trying to say is Ye, he's not necessarily going to be in a position to carry the team, because he isn't just entry fragging every time. He is going to be playing a little bit slower, especially on those retakes, having that operator. He's not going to be able to completely, engage. That's not going to be his job on that operator, which is why Ye is not going to be able to completely carry this team, and it's going to be a lot of that other team that does have to start to try and pick up that slack. That does not change the fact, though, that he still played really, really well for this team. Especially in Ascent, much better than we saw last week. I wish they would pull up the comparison so we could see the two, but already just ACS of 268. Actually, I can pull that up. Give me 1 second to pull it up. Their performance against Oxygen. So overall, I'll just pull up Ye Heaven for, I'll pull up Pearl where it was the closest. Sorry, I said Heaven instead of Haven. But I'll pull up Pearl from last week, where Ye went 21-20. He had a 220 ACS and a 1.1 ratio. You look at him now, I believe that was a 260 ACS this time around. And overall, just much better for what we are, what we're anticipating from Ye. This is more on par with what we would expect from him. VLR is still not updating, so I'm not entirely sure what to do about that. I guess we'll just turn the casters up, look at this more. It looks like they're turning their attention towards the Haven game. I still want to analyze how Ascent went. I think it's easy to just focus on Disguised in particular, especially considering how poorly it did go for them on Ascent, or sorry, just in general against Oxygen last week. But that being said, we're going to Haven. Now, the map that Disguise performed the worst on against Oxygen was Haven last week. And I think they let Haven through here for two reasons. One, they don't got Steel IGLing this time around. They got a different IGL. Two, or maybe three reasons. Two, they've got Exalt coming in here. Alright, so now Exalt's in. And so it's going to change up the way they played against Oxygen Esports. And three, so there is three reasons. The third reason is Disguised probably has just had more time to practice Haven. They realized, all right, we've got a lot of flaws in our Haven play. It can be pretty predictable. VLR still isn't updating. This is really annoying, but yeah. So Haven is a map that they sometimes play more predictably on, and I guess now that they've had a time to reflect on how poor their performance was previously, they'll be able to pull through and try and win this this matchup now that they're back on Haven.
With Oxygen, because I want to give them that full respect. Oxygen Esports, I think, is just a Haven diff. I don't know. Their Haven I've always just been a big fan of. So I won't count that one too much against either of these teams. But for Shopify Rebellion, picking this up in this map pool, considering that last time they did play it up against Moist Mobiles was pretty close, they have to feel so good going on about it forward. And with Disguise now, Gus, the fact that they have Ye, this is going to be to show where there's going to be that big difference in their
and now
team,
that it seems like Ye is playing what we or how we expect him to play in that top frag position or battling for that top frag position with Clear, I do expect Ye to be able to pull through here. Now that we're back on Haven, I'm excited to see if Ye really can start to pick up the pace once again, like we were expecting from him coming into this. Now that we're going into Haven, again, I'm anticipating Ye to be able to pick it back up now that he's had more time to reflect. Now that Disguise as a whole has had more time to reflect, and it looks like VLR will never update the Ascent stats. So we're not going to get to dive into that, but we will get to dive into Haven and start it with the Agent Select. Now, Disguise, again, they've got a potential here to close it up here, make it a 2-0. Shopify, this is their map pick. They're anticipating playing well. They know Disguise didn't do well on Haven last week. They're like, hey, Disguise let it through. Let's pick it. But that being said, again, Disguise seems to have improved since their last play on Haven. We'll see if that's true. They've also got Exalt back. Let's go ahead and take a look at this Agent Select. B-Dog and Ye both on Jet. Exalt and Mata both on Breach. And it's probably going to throw over to the players. Yeah, so I take a little bit too long sometimes, and I get punished for it. But yeah, it's been pretty interesting. I'm excited, though, to see that, because again, I think Disguised can start to push through here. I think they're going to be playing much better on Haven than they did last week. And so at the very least, I expect a close match, if not a win for them. I think it's definitely a possibility. Alright, but let's take a look at these Agent Selects. So like I said, Ye and B-Dog on Jed, Mata and Exalt on Breach, and Clear and Vic on Killjoy. I almost said Sage for some reason. Vanity and Gangsta both on Sova. The difference in team comp is Nerve's going to be on Omen, and Moose is going to be on Astra. So, once again, we see Disguised doing the exact same team comp as far as who's on Recon and all that. In fact, this composition looks nearly identical to how they played on Ascent, with the exclusion that Exalt is now on Breach. Because, I mean, although KO can be decent on Haven, Breach's util is just going to be more useful in this pro setting. Shopify starting on offense, and it's important to point out that I believe Haven is 51.2% in favor of the offense. Let me pull it up. Actually, it's a solid just 51% in favor of the offense on Haven. So this is an offense-sided map. Now, it's not as one-sided as Ascent is. Ascent is more defense-sided than Shopify is offense-sided, if that makes sense. But that does not mean, again, it's not an excuse for the defense to do poorly here. And Disguise, starting off their defense good, at least here on this pistol round, able to gain this player advantage. Now, the spike is down, and the health is low for both Exalt and Ye, so this will be difficult for them to play. And all of a sudden, Nerve is alone, 18 HP. This spike does need to get defused. He's going to throw that smoke down because he has to at least try and get it halved. And Vic just going to shoot him through the smoke. I said it might have been going good. I'm lying, apparently. Now, I should explain. The reason that this is offense-sided is because, first of all, there's a lot of entrances for the defense to watch, which makes it difficult. But in addition to that, it's difficult for the defense to rotate from one site to the other, meaning from A to C site is a really long rotation. Between A and B, it's a little bit quicker, but it's also decently long. And again, you have all those entrances to worry about, which is why it can be offense-sided. Now, this isn't as offense-sided as Lotus is, because Lotus is super easy for the offense to rotate. But it's still a little bit offense-sided, just simply because it has 3 sites, so there's going to be naturally more entrances the defense has to watch. Starting off the second round, where, of course, Shopify will have the gun advantage, it's going to be kept even. There is an exchange, and there's a trade, so it's going to be a 4v4. Ye's Marshall, though, looking deadly C-long, able to take out B-Dog, and now they run off of that. This guy's, at least Ye, is getting ready for the potential rotate off of site, and he's moving his attention over towards A. Now, that's actually a bad choice, because it looks like Shopify is going to be continuing to hit C here. But there is still 2 on C, 1 in garage, and then 1 on C, so 2 near C. And that being said, though, Vic will be lurking A. We'll see if Ye will catch him or not. Ye catching Vic on A. That rhymes. Our Shopify does back off of C. It looks like they were just smoking out, maybe trying to get some vision, but do decide to back up. And now they're turning their attention towards B, possibly even going through garage, maybe not. As now Vic will meet up with them, no longer lurking A. And B control is given up, so they'll be able to take B site. They can get this spike down. Now they're at the player disadvantage. It's going to be a 4v3, but they're going to be able to play post plant, and they've got Killjoy and Breach and Astra. All 3 of those agents have good at post plant util. And in addition to that, although I don't know if Vic has his mollies, I don't think he does. That won't be there. But in addition to that, Shopify does have the gun advantage. So the only disadvantage they have right now is the fact that they have the player disadvantage. But they have some good post-plant util. Or they should have some good post-plant util. And they have that gun advantage. Gangsta, though, going to be the one to finish off Vic after Vic is berated with util and just gunfire. Mata going to be able to take out Nerve. And again, that post-plant util we see Shopify having does come through. They're going to start it. Oh, the smoke drops. Will Ye have time? I don't think he will. But it should be pointed out, alright? When you're at a gun disadvantage like that, and as big as it was, where Disguise is on a save here, what it does is it means that, or what Disguise's job is there, is first of all, try and get a win. But when that isn't possible, you should be trying to get as many kills as possible. And Disguise killed every single one of Shopify's players. So although they secure the round win, it's not good, because now they're not going to have Econ to put up a very good fight against Disguised, and you're actually going to see Disguised have better guns here off of the force from Shopify. Now, typically, this would actually be a bonus round off of that second round, but Shopify is actually forcing here, hoping to get a win. And we'll see if that's a good decision. I understand why they're making it. They're on the offense of an offense-sided map, so, you know, they have the room to force, but Ye getting those 2 early picks in main, looking at, like, easy to find a head tap. Now you're looking at Disguised, and now you're looking at Shopify, and you're going, all right, maybe that wasn't such a good decision. Now, Vanity and Moose are able to save a little bit of econ, just because they had more econ coming into this, but that does not change the fact that both B-Dog, Mata, or not both, but B-Dog, Mata, and Vic all are going to have low econ after this round if they lose, and they are at now a 2-player disadvantage, as Ye, not only did he get those 2 kills, he just dashed away. He got out of that. That's El Diablo, baby. He's going to scare you. That's what he did. And now it's a 3v5 for Shopify Rebellion. 2 coming in from short, 1 going in down B main. And it looks like Ye may be ready for the potential lurk in B. And actually, A site will be given up to Shopify if they want to push into this. And it looks like they're going to. Now, here's the thing. Typically, you send one of your players to lurk through into B to potentially rotate to A, right? That's very common, and so Moose should be expected here. And, yeah, he is, but Ye not able to click heads this time around, so it's going to now be just a 1-player advantage for Disguise, but Moose does back up. That doesn't change the fact that Disguise will now have to worry about the potential that someone's on B, and so they're going to have to figure out how they want to deal with that. It looks like they're going to put a turret out. But Vic with 3 kills, locking it down. The Sova Dart lets them know where Exalt is. This is not looking good. Exalt's gotta feel scared now. His entire team just got wiped out in one fell swoop. And now it's a 1v2. Vic and Moose gonna have to figure it out, but the post-plant Util and Astra gonna be good. Now Exalt has to try and get away with his life. Not gonna let it happen. And the fourth round, which I did say didn't look great for Shopify, does turn into a win from them. Yay, gonna be like, why didn't we turn that into a win? Because all three of those players in CT quickly got taken out and executed beautifully by Vic. And that's it. That's it. Shopify takes the win there. And I mean, that wasn't even going to show how offense-sided that is. That was just that was just Disguised lining it up. That being said, those entrances from CT onto A are a little bit of choke points. Heaven is hard to get onto site from, and then of course through that CT entrance, it's difficult to get on because it's a choke point, right? So that's what Vic was able to abuse there. However, and you know that's why they won it. But at the same time, still going to be disappointing from Disguised, who have been taking this sort of lax, passive strategy where they're letting Shopify push onto site, and it didn't pay off there. Speaking of not paying off, some early engagement in a lobby does result with 2 players down for Disguise. Nobody's going to be able to trade any of those kills off, so now it's going to be left to a 3v5, but Ye going to be alone on site to lock it down, so he's in a 1v5 currently on the site. Ye gonna find an early pick there, gonna be able to take out Vic. The Cosmic Divide comes out. Down to Ye to try and defend the site. Not quite able to. Does some damage to Moose, but it's not gonna be enough to do anything meaningful. And it's gonna be a 2v4 for the remaining Disguised players. See if they're able to play this. They don't have Exalt Util to start this engagement. They just have a Nerve blind. They've got the Omen blind. Have that Killjoy, the Killjoy Util, but that's not gonna be super useful in a retake. Nerve, I believe, just blinded Clear, so the push is going to be slowed. And Mata going to be able to take out Nerve, so then Clear going to have to push alone. Takes out B-Dog, but then Mata just going to trade that off. So 3 kills for Mata this round. 3 players left alive for Shopify in that round. Makes it a good round for Shopify. 3 ults for Shopify to use this round as well, and they know Disguise is going to be on a bye. And these are big ults for Shopify to have as well. This is a Killjoy Lockdown, this is a Breach Rolling Thunder from Mata, and this is a Hunter's Fury from Vanity. Like, these are pivotal ults to have. Like, these are important ults to have because they can take site really quickly here. And so Disguise is going to be backed into a little bit of a corner here. 4 of their agents, though, 1 ult away, or 1 ult point away from an ult. So if they all die here, they'll get all their ults up. Or if they can find kills early, they can get their ults up. Of course, Shopify going to be denying that. 3 coming into Garage, and that's a choke point. Nerve nearly able to abuse it, but not quite. And after a pick from Ye on Moose, kill's gonna be kept even. So it's gonna be a 2v2 here. There's a Hunter's Fury for Gangs to be used. That was one of the ults that was able to get up. And 2 ults for Shopify here. A Hunter's Fury as well, but also a Rolling Thunder from Mata. So Spike is going to get to go down. They're not going to be able to stop it, but the Hunter's Fury will come out and does a little bit of damage. Vanity looking to push Gangsta here. Ye able to take out Mata on site, and Gangsta's not been pushed quickly enough. So that means it's going to be a 2v1 here. Gangsta knows Ye just has an operator, tries to couch him, off guard going through Garage. I don't know if that was just pro sense or if they heard him, but Ye just peeked out, made it look easy, like a hot knife through butter, and takes him out quickly, and Disguise finally finds a round. Now again, it's an offense-sided map, so Shopify should be expected to take the lead going into the next half. And in addition to that, Shopify has better, or Shopify should have an advantage, seeing as this is their map pick, right? So we should expect better play from Shopify here, but that doesn't, you know, it's not, I'll say it again, it's not an excuse for the defense to do poorly here, but that they're not playing poorly necessarily. I mean, they've had some disappointing rounds, but Disguise does take this this round. Finally, they've been able to catch. It honestly is weird to say that they're just now getting their first round, because it doesn't seem like they should be just now getting their first round. Ye was looking to get a pick, peeking out B main, but he does get stunned, and then he peeks all of them, not able to get away with a kill. Now it's going to be a 5v4 for Shopify here. Exalt, who is trying to push in from A-Link, not going to find a pick. B-Dog also going to be able to take out Clear, and that leaves Nerve, who's watching from ceiling, able to find a pick. Gangsta shooting into sight, going to take out Mata, which does even the player count a little bit, but player advantage is still going to be there for Shopify. And in addition to that, the Killjoy lockdown has come out. Now, Moose is coming for the flank around to see Link, but it honestly looks like Nerve is ready for it. And as soon as this lockdown goes out, Moose is going to start pushing as he knows that Disguise is going to start pushing. Oh, and they were not ready for it. Nerve going to get taken out by Moose. And now it's down to Gangsta. He may just want to try and save his gun as the Econ is starting to look shaky for Disguise. What I was trying to say earlier, though, is that it seems like these first few rounds have been really close, so it's weird to point out that Disguise just now is losing their first round. And Gangsta just hopping around. There's that pro sense that Ye would have had not there for Gangsta. And just trying to save that gun, not going to be able to as Moose takes him out. But what I'm trying to say is these rounds have been close. And so it's weird to say that Disguise hasn't found a round yet. Because it just feels like Disguise has been performing well. Because they kind of have been. On the rounds that they lose, they've been getting a lot of kills, which does put Shopify in a little bit of a bad spot. But we've also seen some really poor play from Disguise in the sense that they're finding themselves trapped in these choke points. 2 players holding one area where they can easily get picked off, or multiple players in one area where they can easily get picked off. In those choke points that the defense can sometimes find themselves in. We've seen it happen when they're trying to retake A site. We've seen them get caught in those choke points pushing into CT. We saw that incredible 3K from Vic as an example. So yeah, but you look at the kills, and they're actually pretty equal between these two teams. And you look up at the rounds, and you're like, wait a minute. Disguise has only gotten one round, and it's like, yeah, they've been playing pretty well. It's just that they haven't been playing well enough. It's been just barely or almost there. Like this close. I'm pinching my fingers. You can't see it, but it's a very close margin between these rounds. So Shopify's Econ hasn't been able to stabilize. That's good for Disguised. So if Disguised can start to try and pick up some rounds here, they can maybe try and claw their way back to it. But that being said, Disguised is going to be on a save round here. That being said as well, though, 3 ults for either team. So 6 ults in play right now. One of them is the Omen ult from Disguise, which I've talked about it before. It's difficult to use well in pro play, and it can only really be used if you're trying to rotate quickly or just try and gain some vision. You've got a Lockdown for Clear, and we've got a Rolling Thunder for Exalt. I don't think any of these are going to be used this round because it's a save round from Disguise. They may just have to let Shopify get to that 6th round. Shopify themselves have 3 ults. The Jet Knives probably won't be used. The Rolling Thunder from Mata probably won't be used. And the Hunter's Fury probably won't be used. I don't think anybody will be using ults this round unless Disguise gets close to a win. B-Dog able to take out Clear. Nerve gonna find a pick. Still not taken out. He's in heaven right now, looking to do some more damage. Nearly takes out Vic, but B-Dog gonna say enough is enough and take him out. So 1 player lost for Shopify means it's a pretty decent round. And again, they didn't use any of those ults, so Disguise was not able to get any of those ults out of them. Which does put Disguise in a little bit of an awkward spot here. We've got 3 ults for Disguise to use here. Again, I'm saying it again, because this time, or this round, it will matter. These 3 ults for Disguise, 3 ults for Shopify. I imagine we'll see most of these ults come out, maybe excluding the Omen ult and the Jet Knives for B-Dog. So we'll say it's more like 4 usable ults, because the other 2 you need to be in certain situations in order for them to make sense to be used. Yay, looking for a pick with that Operator, peeking out B. And peeking through Garage, I believe that was Clear. Peeking through Garage to take out the turret, which would have spotted him. And in response, Vic just shoots through the wall. Doesn't do any damage to Ye, and no peek there. The Rolling Thunder, which I said might come out, does come out. And in response, Disguise has been playing very far off of sight. There's 2 reasons for this. 1, they don't want to get hit by the Rolling Thunder. And 2, they've got a Lockdown to use, as well as a Rolling Thunder of their own. So we could definitely see those come out to help with this retake. And it looks like that Lockdown is just waiting to be used. It looks like they're just waiting for some util to get up, or to be up, before they start this retake. And now that Lockdown comes out, now this retake has started. Mata and B-Dog, though, locking it down. Mata from Hell gonna get 2, and a 3rd. B-Dog locking down CT. That's it. Maybe they should have used a Rolling Thunder instead of the Killjoy Lockdown. But it doesn't matter. The round does go to Shopify, and now they've taken the lead going into the next half. As you'd expect, they're on the offense. You expect them to get the lead. What you don't expect is Disguise being destroyed this badly. Now, again, Disguise got Ascent. That's a good round. That's a good map. They've gotten up. So it's not like they need this. But it's still not an excuse to just throw the map. And it looks like Disguise has been fumbling it. Even when they should be close to winning, they haven't been close to winning, if that makes sense. Their retake executes have been very poor, despite the fact that they're allowing Shopify to take the sites. You'd expect them to be like, all right, our retake is strong, but it's not very strong. This will be a save here from Disguised. Ye with those knives, going to be looking to find some information. Rushing out a lobby. Shopify's ready for it, though, and they don't want to allow him to find any damage. Looks like Ye is going to back off now, seeing that alarm bot go out. Shopify going to turn their attention towards C. Ooh, clear, not going to get cleared out. Going to do some damage to Mata before getting taken out, so it will be a trade. But again, some damage done there. Shooting through the smoke, Nerve actually going to do damage. I believe that was either more damage to Mata or maybe just a little bit to Vanity. And Ye, not at all ready to see more of Shopify pushing through or getting ready for a rotate. Despite knowing they were probably going to rotate, so he gets taken out, and now it's going to be a 3v4. I believe that Omen ult came out from Nerve to get some vision as well. Mata able to take out Gangster, or Gangsta, which does help help Shopify start to take the site. It's now down to Nerve and Exalt to prevent this plant, or it doesn't look like they're going to be able to prevent it. Exalt definitely trying with that util, but not really going to have... Yeah, he's not going to be able to prevent it. It's going to be a 2v4 here. Exalt takes out Moose. So now it's going to even it out a little bit. It's a 2v3. They know Mata is low, or at least I think they should know. So those players that did do damage to him to get taken out. Nerve needs to win that. Not going to be able to. And this retake going to be difficult as now it's a 1v3. The spike's been down for quite a while. So Exalt's going to have to do something. Not going to be able to. Vic takes Exalt out, and this round does go to Shopify. That was a save round for Disguise. They're not expecting to win. But still disappointing to see them not perform maybe at par with what they would have wanted. Now it's going to be Byron from Disguise. It's Byron from Shopify. These ults that Disguise had been being used tricklingly or slowly throughout the past few rounds, trickling through them. And now we're down to the last one for Disguise. They've got the Rolling Thunder with Exalt. Now Gangsta's ult is almost up, or is almost back up. But not quite back up yet. And again, that Rolling Thunder for Exalt may come through here. We will see. Again, Disguise has had a bad habit of just letting Shopify push into these sites. B-Dog knows where Ye is, trying to take him out. Not going to be able to. Does a headshot, which gets Ye down to 10 HP. But Ye with a Vandal, just going to win that exchange. Now it's going to be a 5v4. Shopify has turned their attention towards C. They're still sending some into A short and down B to make some noise. And Ye is... I mean, Disguise overall just not budging. Still doing the 2-1-2 setup where they've got 2 on C, 1 leaning B, and then 2 on A. And the Cosmic Divide comes up, but they're just not going to be allowed any vision. So Shopify backs up, hoping that the bait works out. Gangsta jump peeking out. Not going to see anyone, but Mata now knows where Gangsta is. And Mata waiting for his team to help back him up. Disguise, who had 3 on C, is now sending them over towards A. I doubt they know exactly how many are on site here. Ye gonna find another still on 10 HP. I'll remind you, Vanity and Moose each gonna find a pick, though, which takes Ye and Gangsta out to keep it even, and now it's gonna be 3v3. Site's been given, but the Rolling Thunder comes out to prevent the plant. And time is running out. Moose doesn't get hit by the Rolling Thunder, but he's still able to take, which means he's able to take out Clear. Exalt gonna find 2 picks. Vic takes out Nerve. Exalt's low on damage, or low on health. Vanity gonna take Exalt out. And now another round for Shopify, and that was a buy round for Disguise. This is really starting to look shaky for Disguise. And it looks like maybe those issues we saw them have on Haven last week have not been fixed. Looks like these entries have not been coming through from Ye. That maybe we would want to see. This just has not been going well for them. And it's disappointing. It's disappointing to see, to say the very least. You've got those knives for B-Dog, but again, he doesn't have to use them here. But there's only 2 rounds left. He may as well just try. And Disguise is forcing here, or... No, it's a light buy. Some of them are forcing, some of them are light buying. So a little bit of econ spending here from Disguise. I'll say it's a half buy. That's what I'll call it. And that Hunter's Fury does get up for Gangsta, so they could use that here, and they'll probably try to, knowing that they've decided to go a little bit expensive here and buy some good guns. They're saving just enough where they'll be able to pretty much do the exact same buy, where it's like a half buy next round. Nerve gets spotted by the drone, but doesn't get hit by the ping, so that does prevent him from getting spammed through the smoke, but they do know it's a rough position, and he fires through the smoke in response. The Omen teleport comes through to try and bait out the sound to give Shopify some paranoia. Disguise gonna have 3 leaning near A, 2 in A, pretty deep as well. Oh, Clear peeking out, pushing out, hoping to find a lurk or try and rotate with a flank. Does get caught out by Moose. And now the push on to C site has started because they know that there's at least one who was supposed to be there who's not. Nerve looking for a pick, not going to find it. The Shorty going to be the one to finish him off, and B-Dog coming in through B, going to be able to take out Exalt. Gangsta going to trade that off, but trades are not what they can afford, and Moose takes out Ye, and now it's a 1v4 for Gangsta. Again, they positioned their econ in a way where they can do another half by next round, but, you know, you still want to think about saving. Doesn't matter, though. Vic going to take Gangsta out, and this round does go to Shopify. And it's looking like Disguise's history of getting rolled on Haven is continuing. The issues they had last week, like I already said, have not been fixed. Shopify's been able to counterplay them so well. It did not matter that Steel wasn't on the team. There's knives for B-Dog to use, but again, this is a tough position for Shopify to be in here.
I think if you're looking at it, you have to look towards map 2 right now. Or map 3, apologies. It's Disguise. The second half is, we know how the performance they play against Oxygen wasn't pretty.
B-Dog gonna be able to take out Nerve. And that's gonna start this entry. Those knives, which I've talked about him having pretty much every single round, do finally come out. Yay, gonna be able to clear out Vic, though, mid, which is gonna keep it an even 4v4. But on site, Clear is gonna be taken out. Not quite. He does get hit by the Rolling Thunder. Not taken out. He's able to defend himself, but the site has been defended. The spike is down. Moose able to take out Gangsta. So this 1v3 is now a 1v2. But all of a sudden, Disguised is looking pretty good in this round. They're not going to make it a 111. They're going to make it a 210. Try and make a comeback. It's an offense-sided map, but that does not mean you should be getting destroyed this badly. And Disguised definitely knows that. Yay! Going to be inside of that smoke. Moose not expecting it. Going to be taken out. And this round does go to Disguise. So they're going into the next half. Now, listen. It's an offense-sided map. I get that. But it is not this offense-sided. It's 51% in favor of the offense. So 51% of Haven rounds go to the offense. That's not a lot. I mean, yeah, sure, it's offense-sided, but it's not 10-2 offense-sided, right? That's like a 5-7 offense-sided. All right? And, or a 7-5, there you go, offense-sided. But this is just not... This is just not at all what Disguise is anticipating here. I mean, you just gotta... You gotta be thinking... I mean, Disguise has just gotta be thinking this is disappointing. Ye has been performing well for his team on Haven. This is something he was not able to do last week. But the rest of his team, you know, this is... Look at him. 12 kills. The next bottom... Or the next closest player on his team is 6 kills. That just goes to show, sure, he can try and carry all he wants, but he needs the rest of his team to pull through. And it's not really happening for him here, unfortunately.
That was a quick response, though, from Shopify. Maybe a little bit of an overcommitment.
And now they're just trying to figure out how they want to play this. Guys, again, offense-sided map. They need to start this comeback, or what needs to be a comeback off right. They need to win this pistol round to really try and make a comeback alive. Sovadar comes through, and it looks like they're going to be challenging A, which is a good choice for them, because there's only one on A for Shopify, and it's Vanity, who starts to back off of limited vision, and also just the fact that he's alone, so he can't do a whole lot if the push starts, and it does start. The Util not really going to be able to do too much. They do try and prevent the plant with the shock darts. The plant is still going to get started. Exalt going to challenge it or start it under hell. And Vanity looking to stop it, jumps out. Does get taken out. It looks like the turret is the one to finish him off, but good amount of damage done there by the rest of the team. And that does mean it's a 5v4 now. The spike is down, so Shopify has to play this. And this is where the defense can get caught in those choke points in CT, because there's only 2 entrances from the defense spawn. And if the enemy can lock them in those, although it doesn't look like they're able to, Vic is going to keep it even. It's now down to Clear, and Vic has much less health, down to half health. Spike not really planted for B long, so Vic is expecting him possibly short. The turret comes out. Clear is just going to run past the turret, and Vic definitely not ready for that. And although barely, Disguise finally takes a win after a 6-round win streak from Shopify. or well, no, they won the last round of that half, so they're starting a little bit of a win streak. But or the previous half, they did win a round to end it off. Forgot about that, but yeah, Disguise has been struggling this whole time. So, like I said, in order to start off what needs to be a comeback, right, they need to win this pistol, and they did it. So, you know, they're off to a good start of what needs to be a comeback. But with how big the round differential is right now, what Disguise needs to do is pretty much just be forcing every single round. At least at this point. If they get to, like, I'd say 5 wins, and then they lose a round, and let's say they still, at that point, don't have an econ to buy, at that point, I would say, all right, you can probably take a save round and let your opponent get to that 11th round. But just with how big the round differential is right now, Disguise is sort of backed into a corner where they have to force. Obviously, they're going to force the second round no matter what, but I'm talking about in these rounds that are to come. Like that third round, where we may expect them to take bonus, we may see them force regardless, because that's just the position that they're in. An early pick in A is what Shopify's Q is, or that gives Shopify a Q to rotate off of A. They anticipate the pick going off and then Disguise rotating off, and that's because Disguise tends to do that a lot. But that call doesn't come through here, which means that Disguise can start pushing onto A, and the site's going to be open for them. Exalt doing his usual of threatening the plant to see if anybody will show themselves before actually going for the plant. And the plant does go down. And again, this player advantage is going to be there for Disguise, and they're going to be able to lock. They're going to be able to lock Shopify into those choke points. There's going to be, you know, they're going to be able to just spam CT, try and prevent them from pushing through there. Moose has decided to go for the flank despite having a shorty and being a controller, so he's not going to really be able to do too much with that. And it looks like they're just going to get him in position to watch the exits, try and get some exit frags, and with that shorty, he may be able to. Yay, 3 kills this round, able to take out Vic. And now the spike is coming to a conclusion. Shorty going to win the exchange with the Ares on Gangsta, but Exalt going to be able to trade that off. Vanity going to die to the spike to get that ult point up, and this round does go to Disguise. Although it wasn't flawless, it was still pretty good, and like I said, they're probably going to continue to force this econ, because they do need to try and force these rounds. They need these rounds very, very badly with how big the round differential is. Again, it's not like Shopify's on the 12th or even 11th round yet, so they've got a little bit more leeway. And it looks like they're gonna be having Gangsta, who did die, take a save here. Again, I disagree with that. I think they should get him a gun. If not like a Vandal or something, definitely like a Spectre or a Stinger, I think would be good, just to really try and push for these rounds. Again, because just the round differential right now is so big. I mean, they're up 4 rounds, or they have 4 rounds. I think they can be okay with a save here for at least for just one of their players. But I would still maybe hope they'd push here if they really want to push for it. Disguise has pushed and taken control of B, and now they're moving to take control of A, and it's been denied. Vic gonna be able to take out 3 of the players, and you know those choke points that we usually see the defense get caught in when they're trying to retake A. We just saw the offense get caught in, and it looks like Clear and Ye may want to go for a save here. It's a bonus round, though. They don't have to. Vic gonna find another. Could this be his ace? It is an ace for Vic. This Sentinel player on Killjoy for Shopify. Gonna find an ace to really pull through on this round. Only 1 player dying for Shopify in this round. This guy is just lining themselves up for him. Wow, that's all I have to say. Wow, I am blown away with how well that was played by Shopify, especially Vic. I'm surprised that Disguise decided to rotate there. I understand why the call came through, but at the same time, you had B control. You could have just gone for it, and I think I don't know. I think that just would have been the choice there, but it is what it is. They don't. Now the buy is still gonna come through from Disguise because that was a bonus round. It was a good decision not to force there, although, you know, I debated it. Exalt gonna be able to take out Vic to start this B take. Moose takes out Ye, but it's traded off by Gangsta, so the trades do come through, so that means the player advantage is still gonna be there for Disguise off of that early pick, and they decide not to rotate to A. Yeah, that was definitely a good choice. Here, in B window, very barely misses those players there. He's gonna be able to peek out. Catch both of them. Gonna find both of them as well. And that leaves Vanity alone here, and he's all the way back in defense spawn, rotating towards A-Link. Honestly, I think he goes for a save here. The econ's not great from Shopify. It's decent. It could survive a loss here with all other players dying. But, you know, he's probably not going to win a 1v4, so there's not really any point in trying to push for it. So this guy's going to take another round here. This comeback really needs to get alive here. This guy needs to start getting some of this momentum rolling. And taking a win here would be good for them, because this is a bye round that they really need to win. He just got body blocked by a turret. I've never seen anything like that, I'll be honest. Wow, okay, so Nerve gets body blocked by a turret, dies there. They're going to have to spend a little extra money. Clear decides to buy Nerve the gun. I guess it's the least he can do. A Rolling Thunder for Exalt to use this round. Ye has knives to use this round. And he's going to use them. Oh, no, actually, the gun was handed off to Clear from Exalt, it seems. Yeah, 2 ults here for Shopify Rebellion to use in the lockdown and the Cosmic Divide. The knives on Ye. Not going to find anything. Gangster going to be able to take out Vanity. It's straight up by Moose. But Exalt and Clear execute beautifully. And although it was a stack from Shopify that was placed well on a site, guess what? This guy just counterplayed it. See, they had this mentality of, what if I just killed you? And they did it. And it worked out for Disguise. And that leaves Vic alone now in 1v3. That being said, Vic's the player for Shopify that got an ace this half. So maybe we could see it, but also Disguise sort of lined themselves up for him. So I don't know if they'll do that for him this time, and they don't. Nerve gonna take Vic out. 3 players left alive for Disguise makes it a pretty good round. They keep the majority of their players alive. They did lose 2 of their players. It's not great, but their econ is in a good spot to allow for 2 players to die. And Shopify's econ not in a good spot to allow for a loss there, which does result in a pretty good round coming up for Disguise, where it's going to be a save round for Shopify. I mean, we just saw a really good read from Shopify, placed 4 on A, and it didn't go well for them despite having a good read there. They lost all of their players. I think they only got 1, I think they got 2 picks there, trying to defend that push in. So even if Shopify can read where Disguise is going to go, being on a save, I don't know if they'll be able to put up a good fight. We'll see, though. And it looks like it's going to be a C read. And Disguise seems to be playing a little bit default here. Maybe looking to find some early aggression before aggressing themselves. The Operator on Ye looking to do some damage here. There's a Judge on Vanity that's just going to be perched up in B. So if Disguise does end up pushing through B, it'll be difficult for them. Ooh, the drone on the drone on Gangsta not quite gonna find its way through that smoke, so it's not gonna find any vision for Disguise. So that Operator not gonna really be able to do any damage. Smoke does drop though. Jump peek comes out from Vic. It's punished by Ye. There's a stinger on Moose looking to use it close up. Now there are 4 people on 4 Shopify on C at this point, as or there were 4. One of them did get taken out. So there's 3 right now on C. Although now Vanity backing up just a little bit. Now again, Vanity has that Judge, so he's not going to really be able to do a whole lot from all the way back in CT. We will see how this ends up going. Oh, it looked like B-Dog maybe wanted to peek out there, but they decided not to risk it. Clear gets the kill on B-Dog, who got blinded. Moose going to defend the site well. Takes out Exalt and Clear. Gangsta going to be able to trade that off, but the player advantage still going to be there for Disguise. This spike needs to go down in the next 5 seconds. The Judge trying to prevent it, but Ye not going to let that happen. The long-range Frenzy does find a head tap, but it's too far away, and the shield going to be there. Ye with 3 kills this round. That Operator looked very deadly. I mean, we saw a Jump Peeker get taken out. You rarely see that. But it's Ye, okay? What do you expect? We've got 3 ults for Disguise here. We've got the Hunter's Fury, the Breach, Rolling Thunder, and the Lockdown for Disguise to use in this round. And I imagine we'll see all of them come out. Although, actually, they don't really have to. They're in a good spot with how many rounds they have right now and the econ that they have built up, where they don't have to be forcing all of these rounds anymore. You know, if it was the previous round or a few rounds ago, I would have said, yeah, you need to be forcing these rounds. But they could probably still make a comeback if they were to lose this round. So they don't need to use these ults. I imagine we'll probably see at least 1 or 2. They know it's Shopify's buy, so, you know, we'll probably see it come out. Yay, looking right exactly at where Moose is with that operator, but not gonna find anyone. The Hunter's Fury does come out, and it does hit, it does hit, who did it hit? I believe it hit someone. Did it hit? I thought it hit someone for Shopify, but they're all at full health, so, or no, sorry, it did hit Gangsta. What am I saying? I'm looking at Shopify's health for some reason. Yeah, Gangsta did get hit by the Hunter's Fury, and B-Dog able to take an Exalt, pushing into A lobby with that operator. He's trying to say, alright, yay, Canop, so can I. B-Dog now watching short with the operator, and he's able to find another pick. They know exactly where Clear is to watch that lockdown. The breach Yuto comes through, and it's going to prevent that lockdown from going off. It's going to get destroyed. Yay with the operator, pushing in through B into A link. He's looking right at Mata, going to get the head tap, but suddenly he's alone. He's in a 1v3. Those ults that Disguise did try to use didn't really come out in time here. Yay knows where the, he knows where, sorry, I was going to say he knows where Vic is, and then I saw the op coming, and so you confused me, but B-Dog with 3 picks, all with the op that round. Again, trying to say, alright, you know what, Yay, you're not that guy, I am. Alright, he's able to find 3 kills this round, maybe not performing as good as Yay with 22 kills. And this is what I'm saying, like, Yay is performing so well, much better than he did last week, but the rest of the team really not pulling through. The rest of the team not able to find those kills. And although Yay may be able to carry some of these rounds, it's, you know, he's not going to be able to completely carry on his own. So Disguise has got to be a little bit disappointed here that the rest of their team isn't pulling through. Now that Shopify's on that 12th round, Disguise takes a timeout. They need 5 rounds in a row here. I'd say it's possible, but again, it would need to be a really big stroke of luck here. Disguise has many ults to use this round, but Shopify's econ has gotten a little bit more stable. Probably not super stable, but again, still a little bit there. Which Disguise will have to work on bringing back down if they want to get this comeback started. Well, obviously they need to win multiple rounds in a row, regardless. So we'll see how this goes. You see Exalt bringing many ideas to the table here. You can see him literally numbering out all of his ideas and what he wants to do here. And it looks like the rest of the team is agreeing with him. The cams are actually useful for a timeout for once. I can actually literally see what Exalt. He's like, we should do this, and everybody's like, yeah, all right. They're nodding. It turns out Exalt coming back, even if it's just for one game, has definitely proved useful, at least in that timeout. So this comeback gonna need to start. Clear, starting it off bad, takes quite a bit of damage already. I'm not entirely sure where that was. Was that C long maybe pushing out mid? I'm not entirely sure. Or was that just getting shot through short? I don't know exactly. There are many ults for Disguise to use this round. Yeah, they've got multiple. Doesn't seem to matter. Apparently that breach stun is cosmetic, like people have been saying, and well, Shopify denies it. That's it. That's over. Vanity, it's that quick, as Vanity is able to finish it off by taking out Nerve and Exalt. The timeout was not utilized, and the read was good. The Rolling Thunder didn't even do anything to Shopify. They finished out very quickly, although the comeback started to look alive. The second map does go to Shopify. 13-7's not that close, but also the Ascent win for Disguise wasn't that close, going 13 and 9. Let's see, have these been put in yet? And that one was put in. Why are they doing it like this? Are they just like not paying attention to this one? They're doing it like they don't. I believe the decider is Pearl. I think the decider is Pearl. They did not put it in yet. I'm not sure why. Maybe Valor's having issues or whoever. I don't know if it's somebody or like a person who puts it all in, but whatever it is, they're not really getting put in here. I imagine we'll get to see what the decider will be pretty shortly here. We're getting a decider though today. We're getting a 3-map series. Shopify definitely did not want to let Disguise just 2-0 them. And I think Disguise is playing decently well, especially considering they don't have their usual IGL. They have this. He's not a new player to Disguise, but you know he hasn't played with Disguise in a while, so it's definitely different. I don't know. I'm interested to see how this goes. I need to look at the stats again. But it looks like it's going to take quite a while for these to get put in. I mean, the Ascent, they didn't even, like, say whose map pick it was. This is what it looks like when they're doing, like, open qualifiers, where, like, you know, but the fact that this is, like, the main live stream, is doing this. The fact that this isn't getting put in where it like shows all the map picks, who picked what. Like this is very unique in challengers. I don't see this a lot, at least in North America. I'm not entirely sure why this is. It's disappointing to see. Is there another competition happening right now? No, it doesn't look like it. So I don't know why it wouldn't be getting put in yet. It looks like they're going to do a little bit of an intermission. I want to be able to analyze that. What I will say is Ye's performance on Haven last time around in their or last week. Let me pull it up here against Oxygen. Ye's performance on Haven. First of all, they did better this time, although it was only by 1 round. 13-7, slightly better than 13-6. Still not great though. But Ye, last time on Haven, he only got 7 kills. He didn't even. It didn't even look like he was trying. The denial kept coming through, and yeah, Ye just did not even get a chance to shine through. But on Haven, I don't have the exact stats. The last time I saw it, it was 22 kills. I think that's what it was at when it ended. About 22 kills for Ye. Top frag on Haven at the very least. So already across both of these maps, he's the player on his team who is top fragging for them, and really just able to pull through across the board. Again, just showing that he's Ye, all right? He's definitely not, he's not here to mess around in tier 2. He definitely still wants to prove, yeah, no, I'm still good. Sure, my team may not be that good, but I'm good, and he definitely does not just want to be forgotten about, or brushed off as not being there for the team. I'm trying to see. I mean, I don't think this intermission is going to be very long. Let's see. Let's go. We can go ahead and take a look at the Valorant Esports Discord, or the North American Discord Twitter, to see the clips just from these past few games. Let's go ahead and take a look.
He could get a kill. Well, that's there was a ping and really sure he could get a kill. Well, that's certainly one. Down goes Mata.
And Ye almost getting another one too. Nerve swinging. B-Dog and Vic going down in a heap.
One enemy remaining.
There was a ping and really.
They really did lock down that site.
Stop early though.
Oh my god!
Oh, the collateral.
How is he alive again? Mata had to stop early though.
Oh my god!
I didn't even realize that happened because
get a kill without.
It's obviously different than it's a KO ult, so I wasn't like processing that like it's a kill because I'm still thinking like, oh, it's the KO ult. I didn't even realize it was a collateral though. I wasn't even thinking about that. Plus, you got res, so it's a cool clip, but it doesn't really matter.
A second longer. He has a paranoia.
10 seconds left.
The knife in the mix as well here as Exalt is going to tag one. That's a great paranoia. Backside. Do they know? Do they know? No, they don't. Moose. No! He's got a chance.
That was actually a moment when he clutched that like that. Sorry, I'm like playing multiple at the same time. When he clutched that like that, I actually got scared. I was like, oh, that might be it for Disguise in this. Like I thought that was like what was gonna start like a win streak for Shopify, and it didn't. So
even then,
it works out.
They're not exactly in a rush to actually go in.
That's ridiculous.
Oh! Yeah.
Vic mows them all.
Disguise first half, like it was so close. Like they definitely could have won more rounds in the first half than they did. It's just that like they fumbled it. They fumbled it when they shouldn't have. Like yeah, he really pulled through for his team, and the rest of Disguise just could not pull through for their team. It's definitely disappointing to see, to say the very least.
Oh, Hunter's Fury not used just yet. Here comes the mosh pit. Here comes the drop. B-Dog, come on. Here we go.
Yep. See pressure, decided to push B, but now they're wrapping, and I don't know if this is going to be a mistake because you're walking into the jaws of Vic.
Vic able to lock down 3 of them. It's all on him. It's all Vic. 2 more players remaining now here.
This was one of the only like prominently questionable choices. I understand why they rotated to A, but at the same time, you gotta assume there's somebody on A, right? So you're walking into that choke point. You could be putting yourself into a bad spot. Obviously, they're like, well, there's 5 of us. There's probably only 1 or 2 on A. We can probably get through. But the reason, or partially one of the reasons this map is offense sided, is because especially on a map like A, once you get on site, you can just lock down CT as a choke point, and it's really difficult for the defense to push through there, right? And that's sort of what we saw here, like where Disguise put themselves in that position where they were in the choke
for
point,
DSG.
and that's just why Vic was able
to
push through, and then Clear and Ye not peeking together for like at the same time.
Clear and Ye nowhere to go.
It resulted in an ace. This is something you see like in like Ascendant. What's it called? Is that what it's called? I forget what the green one is called. Ascendant or like Diamond. Like, that's something you'll see is, like, where they peek out a little bit too quickly. Not to say these players are Ascendant or Diamond, or not too quickly, but, like, one-on-one. So that should have been a double peek. They're also just trying to avoid it getting collateraled, which I understand, but at the same time, you don't want to just let him get an ace by peeking him one-on-one. And that's what they did. Let's see if Valor.gg updated. I don't think it did, because it seems like this is going to be a slow update here from VLR.gg, and it is. So I'll just go ahead and take a look here, because they're gonna have some more analysis. They're gonna have stats I don't necessarily have access to, because you know, I'm not writing down who got kills and all that.
Is going to be ending that losing streak.
Oh, it's split.
Here.
I said it might be Pearl. It is split. Okay. I'm nervous for Disguise. Didn't they had a pretty bad performance on Split in the mid-season. Shopify also hasn't like played super well on Split. Have we seen Shopify on Split? I don't think so. Unless it was like right at the end of Split 1. Yeah, I don't think we have seen them on Split. I could be wrong about that. All I know is I've seen Disguise play on Split, and it hasn't been great.
Like one of their more dominant wins, so I don't think we're going to see Chamber, Heart or Viper. Like, I just don't think it's a viable composition to run. We'll see as when we load in the server, but I think for both these teams, this is, again, like, Sierra, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, it's same thing with Haven. I thought Haven could go either way. When the comeback started to happen, I was like, okay, maybe there's a chance for DSG. But this map, like, both teams have played it once. When DSG played it, different roster, and I guess for Shop Rebellion, not a completely different roster, but different IGL structure. So this is another map where both teams, you don't know how it's going to go. You don't know how they've been preparing for it.
Yeah, definitely like the highlight for how DSG played it last time, for the fact that we don't really know what they're going to be bringing, because I am definitely in the same boat that I do not expect that they'll be sticking to the same comp as they brought out against OR. I feel like this is one that might have been able to evolve a bit, but considering that's what we have, Gus, on recent times on them, we really could be expecting anything, especially too since this is the roster.
This is going to be a very, very close map. I'm excited about it. I'm definitely excited about it. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I'm a little bit curious though, mostly just to see if this is going to be better performance than... Sorry, I'm starting to just like autopilot this. Let me think about it. I just don't have access to stats. It's really annoying when like I don't have access to how that game went, because I want to be able to analyze. There we go. It did come through. All right, so Haven, you look at this. You look at Moose. Mostly is what I want to point out. Moose and Vic. We obviously saw the ace from Vic, but the more important thing is Moose, Vic, and Mata were really able to lock down those sites. I'd say B-Dog as Jet. I think his offense was pretty decent. Then on the defense, he just wasn't really able to pull through. But across the board, obviously, Vic, Moose, and Mata are the top three. But they were just really able to lock down the sites when it was pivotal, when it really, really mattered, is what it felt like, right? And then Disguised, their overall just wasn't great. Look at Nerve with 7. He struggled on the previous map on Ascent, a little bit on the defense, and then once it switched to offense, he was sort of able to pick it up. Or wait, I think it was the other way around. No. Disguised on their defense, Nerve... Wait, hold on. I can figure it out. The defense from Nerve... Yeah. So Nerve was struggling on the offense of Ascent, which is sort of what we saw here from Nerve. I mean, you know, he's typically a Sentinel player, so he's used to playing better on the defense. But still, like, he didn't even really pull through too much on their defense either. It was just a poor performance across the board. I think the reason he got more kills on their defense was not because he was playing better on the defense, but because they just played more rounds where Disguise was on the defense, right? And so this is not necessarily what you want to see. Except we're getting ready to start split here, though. I may have even missed the agent select there. So we will get ready to start this. I'm excited. Mostly I'm hungry, so I'm ready for this map to be over. But I'm definitely ready to see if Disguise can prove themselves here on split. Alright, so the agent select here is pretty similar. We've got Gangsta and Moose going to be on Viper. We've got Vanity on and Exalt both on Sky. We've got Mata and Clear both on Raze. And that's where the similarities end. No Sentinels for either side. It's a double controller for both. Shopify going to have that Omen and Viper. And Disguise going to have the Astra and Viper. But Shopify has gone for a double duelist, which is very uncommon in Pro on any map, but especially split. And so, yeah, whereas Disguise has gone for... Wait, Disguise has also gone for a double duelist. What am I saying? Wait, I must have missed that. So pretty much identical comps. The only difference being Astra and Omen. Alright, sorry, my brain was not processing anything that was just happening. Exalt, though, suddenly finding himself alone in a 1v3. Sorry, I did not see the initial agent select, so I had to spend some more time processing everything, which made me miss this round. But what I did see was Disguise went for a little bit of a flank, and it just didn't work out. B-Dog able to take out Exalt to finish it off. 3 kills for Exalt for B-Dog this round. Doing pretty well, but yeah, identical team comps as far as the roles. The only difference, again, being the Omen and the Astra, which honestly are 2 agents that can be used pretty interchangeably. Both of their utils can be good for post plants and mostly post plants. Actually, I'd say Omens are better for taking site, and then Astras are better for post plant util. But yeah, so double duelists for both of these teams is interesting. Both of these teams definitely having Raze for the purpose of taking site control, whereas the Jet will likely, for both of these teams, be the, operator user. Mata taking site. Speaking of taking site control with the Raze, Mata takes a B site aggressively, finding 2 picks. Gangsta just going to peek through the smoke. Dry peek there. Able to find 1, but does get traded off there. And it's going to be a 2v4 for Exalt and Ye. They hear Exalt drop. Exalt not going to be able to do anything. Trying to jumping right click. Ooh, the Sheriff not going to do very much damage from Ye. Vic going to take Ye out. And 4 players left alive for Shopify. Starting to look not great for Disguise, but also they lost the pistol round, so that second round wasn't going to look good no matter what. They were able to find a pick there on that second round from Shopify off of the pistol round, so it's okay for Disguise, but obviously that's not nearly as many players as they would have liked to take out here. And that does put Disguise in a position where they may be able to win this. It's going to be a complete bonus from Shopify. And of course, as I say that, B-Dog decides to force and buy a Bulldog. It's still mostly a bonus here. So we should see Shopify saving their money for next round. Which does mean Disguise will have better guns here and should be able to secure the win, but we'll see if they're able to defend it. Now, I talked about this earlier, but Split is a defense-sided map. Let's see if I can find it again here, the stats. It is, or sorry, yeah, it is defense-sided. 53% of the rounds, pro rounds on Split go to the defense. That's a pretty wide margin. I think it is the most one-sided map other than Lotus. In this case, it's sided towards defense. So this guy should have a little bit of an edge here. If they aren't able to take the advantage or the lead going into the next half, it's not the end of the world. But it would not be statistically what we would expect. So on paper, this guy should take the lead going to the next half. But of course, if Shopify can just play better, it won't matter. Speaking of Shopify, they are starting to try and take B site. They're pushed onto A, or like early vision on A is denied as they lost 2 of their players. Ye able to take out Vanity to try and lock down the site, but B-Dog, who has been able to push into CT, is not really held off. B-Dog and Ye having a little bit of an exchange. They each dash away. And Clear, as soon as he hears that smoke going out, Clear just peeks out, takes B-Dog out. Both of the duelists left for disguise. It's not typically what you see. Usually you see those duelists dying pretty quickly on the retake, but does not matter. Disguise able to clutch up that round. However, Shopify's job, being at a gun disadvantage, was just to get as many kills as possible. Disguise lost the majority of their players, so that's not good for them. Shopify in a pretty good spot now, because they're going to be able to buy this round, and not only are they going to be able to buy this round, they'll have better guns than Disguise this round. Although B-Dog not going to be able to buy a gun, he's going to bulldog. Oh, he's going to use those knives. I see. Shopify's ready for that bird to come out, so they look away so they don't get full blinded. But it does tell Disguise there's at least one or two pushing a main. There's it's going to be a 1-2-2 push for Shopify. So one going into B, two looking mid, and then two going A. It's fairly common. Sometimes you'll see a 2-1-2 or more commonly a 1-3-1 on the offense. But this is also just a way to say, all right, we're probably going to go A, but if we can get some good grounds on B, maybe we'll send a spike over there. Speaking of getting good grounds on B, Vic's able to find an early pick there, and then Clear going to be able to be picked off as well by Vic. And then Gangsta's going to take out B-Dog on A, and for that still to Shopify does not signify we should go B. Oh, now it does. They're going to start rotating towards B. It looked like maybe they were still thinking about going A, but they do rotate to B knowing they have cleared sight. Vic going to be on site, and that's going to give Shopify the confidence to just try and take sight here. Ye's going to be able to push out of the smoke and take out Mata before getting traded off, which means he's worth 1, but you're not looking for trades when you're down a player, and that is absolutely true here for Disguised, who is down a player, so they're not looking for trades. Again, this is a buy round from Disguise. They're hoping to win. We saw Clear able to save a little bit of money as well as Exalt, but, you know, they still should be looking to win it. Gangsta and Exalt now going to start this retake. There's going to be a cross held in garage and backside. This is very common, but because Vanity gets blinded, he's not going to really be able to do any damage to his assailants, and the Viper's Pit is going to be able to come out here for this post plant, but the Viper's Snake Bite gonna prevent the spike from being diffused here. Oh, and he doesn't know where Moose is. He doesn't know Moose is heaven, and Shopify, that's an expensive round for them. They lost the majority of their players, and Disguised still probably gonna have to try and most likely save this round. But Shopify not gonna be able to completely pull by. We're gonna see another Bulldog in their hands. Disguised taking a timeout. It's only been 4 rounds, but again, defense-sided map, and they haven't been able to take the lead, and they've both of these teams have had bye rounds at this point that they haven't really been able to pull through on. So, rightfully so, Disguise is getting a little bit concerned.
Very early timeout, and I don't think DSG have been playing bad in these first 4 rounds, but maybe they want to try and switch something up. Shock shot for Rebellion.
So, yeah. Not going great for Disguise. There's a lot to think about right now. As far as how they could be playing this differently, but Shopify at the same time could also be utilizing this well. They've been losing a lot of their players in these rounds, so they haven't been playing great. So I don't know if this timeout is timed super well from Disguise, because typically you want to time it at a point when your opponent's not going to be in a very good spot to use the timeout well, but you're going to be able to use it well. And here I think Shopify should be able to use the timeout well, which not going to be great for Disguise. Again, Shopify's going to be able to use this timeout, but that doesn't change the fact that Disguise should probably be able to use it a little bit more efficiently. Obviously, they're the ones that called it, which means they're the ones that probably need it. That being said, Disguise will take a save round here. It's going to be a full buy from Shopify, and a save round from Disguise, which means it should go to Shopify. There's 2 ults for Shopify to use. There's an ult for Disguise to use. I doubt either one of these, I doubt any of these ults will be used. But I could be proven wrong. It's a full Sheriff loadout from Disguise. We'll see if these Sheriffs are going to connect on anybody's heads. See Ye pushing out to try and do it. Exalt going to be able to take out Mata. His push onto sight is actually red. This B push is read well from Disguise. B-Dog able to take out Ye, punish him for dropping down early. Ooh, B-Dog gonna get caught with his util, or like his gun not in his hands, is essentially what I'm trying to say. And Gangsta gonna punish it, able to take him out, and now it's gonna be a 4v3. Vic with the spike, knowing that Moose is lurking over on A, so he knows he'll have majority of his players there if he just TPs over to A. He TPs, he uses that ult. Those Seekers come out from Exalt as well. And I did say we probably wouldn't see those ults come out, but because the tides had started to turn in the favors of Disguised, they decided, alright, let's bring those ults out. Now, guns have been picked up by Gangsta and Nerve, so definitely could be a bonus factor here. Vic trying to lock down CT, not able to, but Moose going to lock down the push, so it's going to be an even 2v2. It's going to be not a gun diff, but the shield diff will be there, so Shopify has slightly more health here. And Moose able to take out Gangsta. Spike's going to be held. They might even be able to just hold it. No, they are going to get shot through the spike. Or, sorry, through the smoke. That being said, that was a save round from Disguise. And although they probably could have won it, they didn't. And they did the majority of the players gone through Shopify, so they made it an expensive round. And they got both of the ults that Shopify had up out. They got both of those ults used. So I'd say that's a successful save round. Obviously, it would have been better if they won, and they were in a position to do so. But that doesn't change the fact that the round does go to Shopify. And again, it was decent from Disguised. Definitely not where they wanted to be, though. Alright, so 2 ults for Disguised to use this round. And now that they're on a bye, we'll likely see those come out. The Showstopper comes out from Mata, who gets flashed, who decides to just put it away. And it's going to push Disguised back off of Heaven, but he's not really going to find any damage using that Showstopper. And the Astra Util actually pushes him back quite a bit. And they even do a little bit of damage there, but this guy, heal going to come through. Oh, wait, no damage came through with it. I thought that Snakebite would have done damage. Guess not. But regardless, the one ult that Shopify did have has already been used, and it didn't really do much. It pushed this guy's back a little bit, sure, but it also didn't give Shopify very much ground. And there's still 2 ults for Disguise to use. So the Cosmic Divide can be used if site control is given up. And it can also just be used to prevent the push from Shopify. Shopify definitely trying to threaten or like bait out the fact that it might be A. Ooh, Vic ready for the jump peek out from Gangsta. And ready to take him out. Yay, though, watching Heaven. Gonna find the pick on Mata. Not gonna be good for any more, though. And B-site control has been given up, as the majority of the players for Disguised were leading B, but 2 of them got taken out, so now Exalt has to just wait for his team. Again, there's 2 ults for Disguised to use, but the Viper's Pit has gotten up, and I don't think that ult's gonna come out. I think Nerve may want to save that Cosmic Divide and just try and get away with his life and save the gun. And this is not going well for Disguised, and again, this is a defense-sided map, and it's a fairly defense-sided map, so Disguised losing this badly here is not great. It's only been a few rounds, but we've had buy rounds from both of these teams, and it hasn't really gone the way of Disguised. 53% of rounds go to the defense. That's a good amount. That's a good percentage. That's enough to say you should be getting 8-4 or at the very least 7-5 going to the next half, or that type of lead going to the next half, but this guy isn't really able to do that. It's very clear they practiced a lot on Ascent to lock it down, knowing they wanted to pick it against Shopify. And they haven't really been very well practiced on any of these other maps, it seems. Sure, Haven was okay, but it just hasn't been great from these players. And again, it's only been a few rounds. We don't have a whole lot to judge off of. But we can judge off of the fact that Shopify, once again, is already taking a big lead in the first half. And now we're going to see 2 ults for Disguised once again this round, but it's a light buy from Disguised, so those ults probably won't come out. Although Disguised did take a save round where they nearly won it, so you know it's not out of the picture they do that again here. And Ye has those knives, so this light buy could be good for them. Nerve and Clear pushed up aggressively in A. The smokes allow them to do so. The Skydog comes out. And I don't think it saw Clear, but Clear's able to get away, but B-Dog gonna just chase down Nerve. Thought Clear was gonna be there to maybe watch his team, but it seems like he was going or trying to get away as the team started pushing in. So he will get away, but Nerve not gonna be traded off.
also did not want that sort of smoke.
Gonna be a 4v5. Ye coming in for the long flank. Coming in all the way through that offense spawn. Able to find a pick. Definitely not anticipating the one rope, but it doesn't matter. Vic able to take out Ye. So it's gonna be a 4v5. Y'all peeks out from heaven. Exalt peeks out from heaven. Doesn't have a gun in his hands. We go. Gangsta and Exalt each find a pick though, so it will be an even 2v2. Guns aren't going to be picked up though. The spike does get tapped. It's been down for a while. They need to start this defuse like right now. Exalt able to take out Mata, but Vic going to take out Exalt, and there's no time. Vic able to take out Gangsta. The spike's going to go off. Vic does die to it, just barely. But he does. This round does go to Shopify, and at the end of the day, it's a good round. And Shopify's econ is decently stable, so it's not going to take a massive hit from losing here. There's still the Cosmic Divide for Nerve to use. He didn't use it on the previous round. And there is an Omen ult for Vic to use to try and gain some vision. The Operator is now in the hands of Ye, which tells you it's a buy round from Disguise. We'll see if that op is going to be good for any picks. It's going to be stationed in A. And the bird is going to come out to try and get a little bit of confirmation that it could be a push-in. Yay, whiffs the Operator shot. But he's not going to be punished. Exalt's there to defend his teammate. And although Vanity's able to take out Exalt and clear... Oh, he's also able to take out Ye. So the defense went in vain. Ye not going to be able to find those. And it seems like the excellent performance he put up on Haven maybe have been the last excellent performance he's going to put up in this series. Gangsta going to take out advantage of the fact that Moose completely whiffed on Gangsta. Although Gangsta doesn't die, he's down to 5 HP, so he's pretty low. Could get finished off pretty quickly here. Vic just going to spam him through the smoke. Vanity with 4 kills this round. Going to take out Nerve. Vic stole that ace, but doesn't really matter too much because another round goes to Shopify. And they have taken the lead going into the next half. Question is, how big will that lead get? Again, it's a defense, or sorry, yeah, it's a defense-sided map. And, well, Disguise has not been able to take advantage of that. Since the data that I do have is from before the changes to Split were made. But the changes that were made to Split were not big. They're not super massive changes, so it's still a defense-sided map. And the reason it's defense-sided, I talk about this a lot, is because it's easy to catch the opponent in those choke points. The offense. Most maps are defense-sided just by default because they're just going to be angled towards the defense there. Vanity gets not killed by the Showstopper, but takes quite a big hit from the Showstopper, and they're looking to punish that. Oh, Exalt. Not going to even do damage to Mata. They do take quick A site control. It was a B read, and it was a bad read. Okay, Mata and B-Dog, I believe, looking to take out any in screens, but not able to, and Ye's able to pick up a gun from that early engagement on B. So now Ye going to come in for the flank, and there's actually a flank coming into CT by Moose. Vic gonna ult into Vents, but Ye's ready for it. What? Okay, he still gets the kill, but what did I just see? Moose gonna find those kills. That was a delay. Hold on. What did I just... Hold on. What just happened? The defense came through from Disguise, right? Okay, so the defense win comes through from Disguise. They were able to defuse it. I was more worried about what was happening with Ye. I completely lost what was happening with the rest of the team. Regardless of the defense comes through, or the defuse comes through. So Disguised does secure the round win. Now, it was an expensive round. They forced a lot of econ to buy there, but it is still a win. Actually, no, that was a light buy. That wasn't even an expensive round. What am I saying? That was a light buy, and Disguise did take the win there. Disguise is taking a timeout here. That's interesting. This is their second timeout. I disagree with this decision. You should save it for the next half. It's a defense-sided map. I imagine this is because they assume or think their offense is going to be stronger than their defense. And at this point, they do sort of have to bank on that. So, you know, maybe, but I don't know if that warrants using 2 of your timeouts on your deep. Let me get that. Yeah, you don't have to do Ye like that. You don't gotta show that.
Well, Ye's back on the Operator. We'll see if they want to switch up his positioning where they want to move him.
And
And it looks like they are going to shift him around the map.
yeah, this is definitely not going to be going well for Disguise so far. I understand taking a timeout, although I don't agree with the decision to take it here. They do take it, and I understand why.
There go the player cams. Clock not moving though. And this is the answer that they've gone for. Ye has changed up his opping angle instead of the close one that he went for the last time of the op, and they're gonna send aggression towards B.
And now this Viper's Pit coming out from Disguise. It's gonna be used preemptively to prevent a push into B. And it's actually well placed because most of Shopify is leaning towards B. Although there are two lurking A to maybe start a push into A. Vic is able to push through Garage, but I mean, you know, it's not really gonna find him any good advantage. Sure, he might be where Disguise may not expect, but it's not like it's gonna matter too much. Ooh, Vanity trying to push through Evan. Definitely not anticipating Clear to be in that little. I wouldn't even call that an off angle. Everybody holds that regardless. Yay! Holding ramp, gonna take out Moose. They know B-Dog's pushing through as well, so they may be able to take advantage of that. They've got the Viper's Pit to lock down B. They are able to take advantage of their knowledge of where B-Dog is. So B-Dog gets taken out. Now it's down to Mata and Vic. They've got that Viper's ult. They've got the Viper's Pit with Gangsta to lock down B main. And Shopify not going to be able to push through that, so they're going to start to try and take mid control. The Omen smoke goes off Heaven, so they know it's not, you know, it's not an Astra smoke that can just be picked up, or even a Viper smoke that can just be picked up. So they know they may not be pushing through Heaven, although they do actually decide to push that. Apparently they just wanted to prove me wrong. They do decide to push through their own smoke and start to challenge this. And they're going to start pushing in here. Clear, not going to be able to deny the entry. So now it's still the player advantage for Disguise, but maybe it could turn in favor of Shopify. They did see Exalt drop. They know he dropped. The spike goes down, and now it's up to the post-plant play here. Both of them having to dry peek this, both Gangsta and Mata. Both Gangsta and Exalt. Exalt gets taken out, but Gangsta going to find a pick, and then Nerve going to finish it off. Find the pick on Vic. And this round does go to Disguise. Pick on Vic. That sounds nice. But yeah, three players left alive for Disguise. I'd say that's a successful round. And they're definitely closing up this gap that Shopify has made. Obviously, Disguise can't take the lead going to the next half, but they can make it as close as possible and try and, you know, win the pistol round next half to start it off, and then they'll just be able to tie it back up. That being said, that's exactly what Shopify did last map. That's exactly what Shopify... that's the exact position Shopify was in on Ascent, and then they didn't turn it into a win. So now that Disguise obviously is a different map, it's a different situation, but pointing out parallels here could be a pattern. Shopify getting ready to challenge A, and it looks like they're going to just do the typical, you set up a Viper smoke so you can just take control of Heaven, and they're going to try and push in here. Ye doesn't necessarily know where to look. He also gets Viper snake bited. Oh, the Showstopper going to take out Ye and Clear. Mata shooting through screens, looking to prevent Exalt from pushing in. Not going to prevent him from pushing in, but Exalt will get taken out. Gangsta from Heaven now. It's a 2v4 that Disguise has to play. They don't necessarily have money to force this, but they probably should because there's only 2 rounds left in this half. They've got decent money. They can survive a loss here, so they should just push through it. Just try and play this retake. They got to start moving, though. The spike's been down for quite a while. You got to start moving. The Astra usually used, and it does flush Mata forward, and they're able to take him out. Vanity's on site. They definitely know that. Gangsta able to take out Moose as well. Vanity going to take out Gangsta. Now it just has to be a 1v2. Oh, the Cosmic Divide goes up, and they have to push through it. He does get concussed, though. And they're just going to push him. Yeah, Vic going to be able to take out Nerve. He can't see. That was unfortunate timing. The Seeker is going to help secure that round. There's 1 round left for this team here. For this half here. 1 round left. And it's going to be a buy from both sides, although this guy's not going to be able to full buy. I said they might be able to survive it, and they kind of can. Not really. It's going to be a stinger and a share for Clear and Nerve. So, you know, Shopify Rebellion, who will be able to buy here, going to be in a little bit of a better spot. These guns are going to end up in the hands of Shopify Rebellion, so it does work out.
Very early gravel call. Hasn't baited out much. B-Dog gets through. Yes, he's vulnerable, but he's
Mata starting this entry off well. Gonna take out Clear and Nerve. I think we've seen this exact thing happen where they just entry onto site and dig it. Maybe that was the first round that we saw it happen. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, the well played from Mata, to say the very least. Moose ready to lock down mid, and it goes well. Yay, not going to find any damage on Vic. This could be a flawless round. No damage done to any players except for Mata slightly. Gangsta's alone in a 1v5. He's got to play it. They seem to know where he is. B-Dog going to be able to take Gangsta off from a bit of an off angle, and it's a flawless round for Shopify. It's a 9-3, but it's a defense-sided map, so I don't know if the curse is going to be in the favor of Disguise this time around. They can try, sure, but they have no timeouts to utilize this half because they decided to use both of theirs in that first half. A decision which I already said I questioned that decision. I think it was a poor decision to use both of those timeouts in the first half. And it'll probably come back to bite them in this half because again, they need they need 9 rounds to get to the 12th round, assuming Shopify gets to the 12th round at some point. But yeah, it's going to be a difficult comeback that Disguise has to make. If they want to start it off right, they need to win this pistol round straight up. And I believe pistol rounds on the offensive split actually typically go to the offense, so it could go to Disguise for sure, but I'm not entirely sure it will. We'll see. Heaven is kind of taken by Ye. He's able to get in there, but he's not going to take anybody out. Meanwhile, the rest of his guys is going to be taking mid. 2 invents actually focused on preventing Heaven control. Clear. And Vanity does turn his attention toward trying to prevent mid control. And he's not really able to. Oh, Yay, going to be able to take out B-Dog, who's been able, as he's been able to push all the way into screen. Meanwhile, the encounter in mid goes completely the way of Disguise. So it's going to be a 3v1 now at this point. Where Vic has to try and take the spike back. He could just try and die to the spike, deny the good info, or not info, resources. There you go. Deny good resources to Disguised. But he's going to try and challenge it, maybe just get an extra pick. Not able to, though. Yay, finishes Vic off. And this round does go to Disguise. It's a good start. I said they need the pistol round to start a good comeback, and, well, they got the pistol round, so it'll help them close it up just a little bit. But Disguise really needs to start forcing these rounds. It's not as bad of a comeback that they need to make as it was on Haven. On Haven, they started it the second half down 2-10, so it's not as bad this time around. But 3-9 still isn't great. Again, winning this pistol round starts it off well, and they should be able to take this round off of that. We're going to have a shotgun in the hands of B-Dog and Vanity. I doubt those will convert to anything, but, you know. The spike is leaning A-sided, but there's 3 for Disguised on B, or leaning B. I imagine most of those will probably go mid. Although, now the spike being sent B after they realize just how many are probably on A, it's a good choice. And Shopify is actually expecting an A hit, so they are sending Vic to a position where he can rotate over towards A, or maybe just telling him to play back. Oh, Gangsta gets cleared out beautifully there. And now Disguise is pushing into B, and there's Vic on site or in Heaven to either try and find a pick or just to allow the knowledge that, yeah, they're going to be planting B. Spike's going to go down, and it's a 4v5, but the gun advantage is there for Disguise, as well as the fact that Shopify has to retake, so the positional advantage is there for Disguise right now as well. A flank is going to be coming in from Moose. It's going to be met by Nerve. We'll see that exchange happen soon here. Nerve able to take out Moose, like I said was going to happen, or like that exchange did happen, like I said. Clear going to find 2 picks. B-Dog able to find 1. Mata finds 1 as well, so it's a 2v2 here. The Bucky on Vanity, not going to find a pick, and now it's a 1v2. Mata also has that Bucky, able to find a pick on Clear, and the smoke drops right at bad timing for Mata. So Nerve able to take Mata out. Time was ticking anyway. The spike was about to go off. But Disguise does take that second round. That being said, it was an expensive round for Disguise. And it looks like Disguise is going to force here. And I actually don't disagree with this decision. You're down a lot of rounds. You need to try and push for round momentum or you know, a good win streak. I mean, they don't need it here, but it can also help prevent good momentum for Shopify. So it's going to be, it's not a complete full buy from Disguise. It's going to be a half buy from Nerve and Exalt, but for the most part, it's a full buy from both sides. And so whichever team loses this will be bad, in a bad place econ-wise. Disguise does have some room to allow for a save if they lose this, but likely probably won't go for a save because, you know, They don't want that. Ye looking to catch Moose. They know he's jump peeking, just trying to take him out. But the smoke goes out off of Ye trying to shoot at Moose. And then Moose just shoots him through the smoke. Makes it look easy. Now it's going to be a 4v5. Nerve looking to maybe catch somebody as he tries to shoot through through Mail to beat Heaven, but not going to do any damage to anyone. The dog comes out. It does spot Moose in vents. I don't know if it concussed him. I don't think it did. Shopify gonna get ready. Try and take this. Ooh, clear. Not at all. Yeah, they're definitely not ready for the one in screens, although at this point they should be ready for it. Doesn't matter. B-Dog gonna lock down the site. Moose gonna lock down, where even was that? I believe that was Heaven. Able to find a pick himself before getting taken out. B-Dog gonna take Exalt out, and the forced buy from Disguise was not worth it. It did not turn out for a win, which means their Econ now gonna be in a pretty bad spot. And this is what I said. If Disguise loses that, or whichever team lost that, was gonna be in a bad spot economy-wise. And Disguise, who needs, you know, a good win streak here to try and make the 3-9 curse theirs. They want a curse for themselves to work out for them, but they need to get some of that econ momentum built up, and losing that force buy is going to put them in a bad spot. So the round goes to Shopify. They're going to have to take a save here. They have room to do it, but they definitely would not have liked to have to take a save here. So they're going to be able to take a save, probably going to take a loss, which means we may be looking at 5-11, which is not great. It'll be very difficult for Disguise to come back from. Moose pushing out mid, hoping to early aggress. Is taken out by Clear. Now, here's the thing. Shopify didn't know necessarily if Disguise decided to force or if they went for save. You can guess based on how bad Disguise econ that it would have been a save. But Shopify didn't know that for sure. But off of that Sheriff pick, now they know that. So they're going to play accordingly. Probably play a little bit more together. Knowing that they can probably try and just overwhelm these Sheriffs. Although the only two players playing together are Mata and Vic, who are looking to play off of each other in B Garage. And Vanity is actually B Heaven, although now he's rotating over towards A, so that way they can put 2 on either site, because they know it's not a B main push at the very least. It could be a push through Heaven to B, but they don't know that for sure, and then Disguised is actually going through A main. They're going to encounter B-Dog, and, well, Vanity has had time to make it there as well. B-Dog going to be able to take an Exalt before getting traded off, and you can't really afford trades when you're down on players. So that does mean that the player advantage is still going to be there for Disguise. This plant is going to go off. There is a showstopper for Clear to use, and that's why he's playing so far back here. He's going to send it, not quite going to take out Vanity, and Mata going to be able to flank him. So he's going to be able to take out Clear, and now the player advantage no longer there for Disguise, although Ye, able to take out Vic, is going to keep the player advantage in the hands of Disguise. Now it's a 3v2. We'll see how this ends up going. Vanity looking to maybe do some damage from Heaven, but Mata going to do it for him. Takes out Ye, and now it's a 2v2. The spike needs to be defused soon here. Vanity just going to jump on top of Nerve. Ooh, and Gangsta not going to be able to do anything there, and the spike, well, it's going to be defused. It was executed just in time, that retake, and now that round does go to Shopify. Now, I believe that was a save from Disguise. Yeah, it was. It was a save from Disguise. They weren't necessarily anticipating a win. They were in a position to win it, though. They definitely choked that. They fumbled the bag there. They definitely could have won. They were very much so in a position to take a win there, and they didn't. And so the fact that they didn't take a win there does definitely put Shopify in a good position here to prevent a comeback from Disguise. Yeah, they fumbled that. You can see on their faces, they fumbled that. They really should have taken a win there. Again, it's a save. You're not expected to, but the fact that they did have that player advantage multiple times throughout that round, it should have gone to them. Now it's a buy round from both sides. In response, B-Dog trying to find an early pick, knowing there might be some aggression A, decides to updraft over the walls, trying to find a pick, but gets punished. Although it does quite a significant amount of damage to Exalt, it's not going to be enough to get a kill. So it's going to be the player advantage for Shopify. Vanity is down to 30 HP as well, so he's taking some damage himself. So although there are 3 on A to lock it down for Shopify, the health isn't really there, as well as the player numbers overall. So it could go the way of Disguise this round. The Cosmic Divide comes up, And it's actually a really good Cosmic Divide, because it's a Cosmic Divide that walls off Heaven, and Disguise is placing it there to bait Shopify out and make them think that it's a push through main, and they actually send through to main to take advantage of it, but Shopify is going to probably incorrectly leave their back open to the potential push through screens. Maybe not. Mata's ready for the potential push. I don't think they're ready for 3 there necessarily, and Mata loses the exchange anyways, and the dog going to be the one to finish Vanity off, and now it's a 1v5 for Vic. I will say that Cosmic Divide was played well. Regardless of if they were able to catch Shopify off guard, they were still able to push through Evan into screens and gave them a little bit of a better positioning there. You know, it wasn't played exactly maybe how I was expecting it to go, but it was still played well for Disguise. This comeback could start to look alive. Disguise has no timeouts to use this half as well. Like I pointed out earlier, they used both of their timeouts in the first half. Again, a decision I still don't think was a good idea, but it is what it is. If they start to make a comeback, Shopify will have 2 timeouts of their own to use, which means when Shopify uses their timeouts, Disguise can use that time as well to restructure themselves and figure out how they want to play this. So, you know, if a comeback does start, maybe Disguise will have the opportunity to talk with their coach if a timeout is called by Shopify, but Shopify may not call the timeout like to avoid Disguise have a timeout of their own. But at the same time, if Shopify feels like they need it more than Disguise, they'll probably use it. Especially if, you know, if Disguise is making a comeback, they probably don't need a timeout as much as Shopify does, right? Now, there's 2 ults for either side this round. I'm not entirely sure we'll see Ye's knives come out because, well, he doesn't necessarily need to. He's not, you know, it's not a save round. It's a full buy for them. But there's a Viper's Pit for both Shopify Rebellion and Disguise, and there's a Showstopper for Mata. I imagine we'll see the Showstopper and the Viper's Pit come out. The Viper's Pit I already knew was coming out because they were getting ready to use it. And it comes out mid to lock it down. The Showstopper could definitely come out from Mata, and it does. And it looks like maybe Disguise wasn't necessarily ready for that. It looks like Clear was baiting himself out or just trying to, like, take out Mata, so he couldn't use it. They're able to use that Astro Usual to stun and suck Mata, and they are trying to do so much damage to him. And they do, but it's not going to be enough to kill him. They were trying to punish him for getting stuck there, but they weren't really able to. Gangsta is actually going to be pushing mid a little bit here. And Moose is holding this with a shorty. Holding male, looking into mid with a shorty. And it honestly, I don't even know if Disguise knows necessarily where they're pushing. They're having Ye come push into Heaven while the rest of their team is rotating into mid. I don't think they're going to challenge the Viper's Pit. They're probably just going to go through into B Garage. And it looks like that's where they're taking the spike. Gangsta might challenge the Viper's Pit. Ye is perfectly ready for Mata to be in vent. The blind comes through from Vic, and it misses, but it doesn't matter. Vic still wins the exchange with Ye. So Ye does get traded off, and when you're down players, you can't really afford a trade. But losing, or sorry, that player exchange going off does give Shopify some, like, they're like, all right, they're probably going B. So they start rotating in that direction. Doesn't stop Vanity from being in or on time, though. Prevent the push. Exalt gonna find 2 picks. Now Shopify just gonna back off until time is done. But Exalt will be able to pick up an operator. And, I mean, still, or no, he won't be picking up that. He did, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what I was thinking about right there. Not quite able to pick up that operator. Not able to get away with it alive. And so Exalt not going to make it out of that situation. And now Shopify at that 12th round. Disguise needs a 6-round win streak. And again, they don't have timeouts to use here. So Shopify can shut them down in just 1 good round. And we saw Disguise start to make a comeback on Haven. And it was just, there was just, that final round was super quick. And it was just Shopify denying a push onto a site. So as long as Disguise can continue to play methodically like they've been able to start what needs to be a comeback. I mean, they didn't make a very good comeback before the 12th round was reached by Shopify. They won 3 rounds in this half. That's not great. Ooh, Moose is going to be in a position to catch Ye off guard as Ye just dashes right past him, putting the smoke on top of Moose. Which means, although an early pick is there for Disguise, it's still going to get traded off by Moose. And Disguise is now turning their attention towards B. Vic going to be left alone to lock down the site. He's not going to be able to take advantage of the fact that his blind does blind. Gangsta mid, though, going to take out Moose. He may just get traded off. Nerve going to take out Vic, though, and now B site is clear. So they're going to be able to plant. And Shopify has not cleared out Gangsta. So Gangsta still could find some picks. But 2 players left alive with Mata and Vanity. Mata goes to pick up that operator, and it looks like they're going to go for the save. And to be honest, Shopify has the rounds to do so, or like they're in a safe enough position to be able to. This guy should probably be trying to take them out. I mean, you send the boombot down there, they're gonna be in a bad spot. So if Clear can get that boombot going down in there, it might be able to do some good damage. But it looks like they're not gonna. I mean, here's the thing: this guy doesn't have a lot of money, so they can't really afford a large amount of player loss. But at the same time, you want to destroy Shopify's econ while you can. So it's a double-edged blade. I mean, you can try and force them there, try and take them out, and try and hurt their econ, but risk, losing a lot of your players. This guy decides not to. It's a smart choice. I would have also, I mean, I did say they should probably force them. I think they should probably have killed them there, or gone for at least at 1. But they didn't. It is what it is. 2 ults for Disguise to use this round, though, a Viper's Pit and Seekers, and when your opponent's on that 12th round, you don't save your ults. You just gotta use them. As soon as you get them up, you gotta use them, because if you, say for example, save them, and then you lost that round, that's it. You lost the game, and you wasted using that ultimate. And so Disguise will likely try to be in a position to use these. Obviously, Viper's Pit is a sort of situational ult. You need to be in a good position to be able to use that ult. So we may not see it come out. But the Seekers will likely come out. Yay, trying to clear vents. Not going to be able to. Vanity, going to win that exchange. Now, the rest of Disguise getting ready to push into B. They're going to encounter Mata. Just get flashed. They know there's one there, and Clear are going to be able to take Mata out. This is actually a light-buy save from Shopify. Vanity and B-Dog being the only ones with guns right now, or good rifles right now. Moose and Vanity on site, but Vanity gets blinded and cleared. Nerve gonna take out Moose. Vic from Heaven gonna get a pick on Gangsta, but Nerve gonna take Vic out. And now it's just down to B-Dog, who only has an operator. Probably gonna go for the save. We saw yesterday, it was Sim on Moist Moguls in a 1v3 on Haven with an operator. He clutched that out, but I don't think B-Dog's gonna try and do that. Just do the smart thing here and go for the save. So yeah, now, I mean, the good thing for Shopify about keeping this operator is it provides so much nervousness or paranoia for Disguise, would be the best way to say it. Because Disguise is now, whenever they're pushing into a site, they have to be concerned that maybe there might be an operator there. They know B-Dog likes to hop. They know he probably has that operator. And the fact that he's saving in this 1v3 should tell them, alright, he's probably got that operator. Especially when they know this was a light buy from Shopify, or a light buy save from Shopify. He's probably has an operator right now. There's really no other reason to try and save there. I mean, maybe you'd save, but you have money not to have to, so you may as well try. So they can be pretty certain he has an op here. Which does, what I'm trying to say is, it's going to make this guy's a little bit nervous when they're pushing into sites, because they're going to be worried. I mean, you got to be worried. You don't want to be pushing into the opponents, and they're just going to have an op. I almost said yop, because I was reading Yay, who has an op. Yay has an op. We can just call him Yop. But he has an operator this time. He's going to position it to peek out B garage, although Vic is going to be there and may just blind out. No, he just sends a smoke. But that does mean the operator vision going to be denied in B garage for Yay. Shopify going to start pushing and getting ready to push into mid. Or at least prevent a push from Disguise. And it looks like Clear is trying to make some noise there as well to keep those players that are watching mid there. Disguise is going to start this push onto A. So the operator does get smoked off, which does prevent the operator from finding a pick, and it will allow Disguise to start pushing if they want. They actually decide to back off of that dog that they sent through, destroying that dog. Disguise does decide to back off. Now they're recentering themselves. Gonna try and take mid again. They've had so much indecisiveness this round. We'll see if that comes to bite them. Clear and Nerve each find a pick. Moo's able to find one, so it lessens the blow a little bit, but it's still going to be a one-player advantage here for Disguise. It's going to be a 4v3. And it looks like they're going to be sending that spike through to A Heaven through vents, potentially. And Yay going to be able to take out B-Dog. Vanity, not knowing if they're going to be pushing through A Heaven. Doesn't necessarily know where to look. Should he be watching Ramp? Should he be watching Heaven? And he's watching Heaven. And oh my god, Vanity again! just gonna lock it down. Now it's down to Gangsta to clutch this up. It's a 1v2. There's no time. He's got to get that spike. He's able to take out Vanity. The spike needs to go down like yesterday. It's not going to go down in time. And this round goes to Shopify. And that's a GG. As it's going to be the series to Shopify. It was a good game. Played well from both sides. But just barely goes to Shopify in that last round. The comeback not going to become a reality for Disguised on Haven or on Split. And that's pretty much it for me. Because there's not a whole lot to talk about there. I imagine VLR will not put in the game or the scores, the results for a little while. So even if I wanted to do some analysis, it would probably take a little while. So that'll be it for this stream. I'll be back tomorrow. We've got some exciting games. We got M80 versus TSM. And then we've got FaZe Clan versus Mad Lions. I mean, I wouldn't say they're super exciting. But they'll definitely be interesting to watch. So if you want to see those, you can come on back. Thank you guys so much for watching. And if you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I'd hope you consider it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.